Hello and welcome back to Bulgaria. Well, 3 matches into this series, we've seen some very entertaining cricket so far in some frigid conditions, and now we are going into match 4. And once again, we'll be seeing Plovdiv versus Pleven. Let's get over to the coin toss. FanCode is with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Okay, Plovdiv to go. Tails. Tails are cool. It's tails. We'll have a bat first. Okay. Good luck. Thanks so much. Good luck. Thank you.
So different match but same result. It's MU Plovdiv that have won the toss. Once again, they're going to set the pace having a bat. Saim Hussain was pretty cautious at the top of the order, but he did kind of lay the foundation for a 100+ score. Let's see how they go this time for Pleven. Well, I do think that they need to take some early wickets to get ahead in the game. That's going to be key. So just one more match to go today in Bulgaria. Rico Full is in the commentary box. The news from the toss here in match 4 is that once again, MU Plovdiv have won it. They're going to bat. Let's get ready for some cricket. Match 4 is on the way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo there. Vinny Sandhu, well, he must be warming up. He's got rid of the beanie this time. Just a scarf to go. But, well, you can see the surroundings here. I mean, those views of the mountains are absolutely spectacular. You can see there's still some snow up there. And fortunately, there's no snow or no rain down here. So we are getting ready for the start of the 4th match. We're having a look at the fantasy dashboard there between these 2 teams. So no changes. And, well, I think Plovdiv, who are batting first, they'll be hoping that their captain, Saim Hussain, can be in the same sort of form that he was in the first match. He put a good partnership together with Mohammad Sufyan, who will be opening the batting with him. 77 runs, and they'll be looking to do the same again. He was run out quite magnificently by the wicketkeeper in that first game. And, otherwise, I think he would have probably gone on to get his half-century. It's going to be Mishra, who's going to be opening the bowling once more, as he did in the first. And he bowled a nice, tidy first over. Only 6 runs came from it. He's looking to do very much the same here. Just wondering whether we'll see some changes, perhaps early in the field, from Pleven, now that they know what both these batters are capable of. Sufyan, did bat well himself, made 27, but 27 of 26 deliveries, so he'll be looking to go, well, maybe just accelerate a little bit more than what he did in the first match. The first delivery, it's down the leg side, and yeah, has been called a wide. Bit of a late call there from the umpire, but kept an eye on the action. So 2 from nothing to start off with. It's not the start that Mishra would have wanted. Yes, Mohammad Sufyan now takes guard. He's got quite a few people on the chat. We're talking about liking the style of Sufyan and that he's a top batter and a big hitter. Well, he certainly showed that he can bat. Didn't do too much big hitting, but looking to do better in this, the second game between these 2. And a good bit of movement in the air there from the bowler. Sort of looked like this was going to go quite a way down the leg side, but came in well. And Sunil, once again behind the stumps. Hussain hit firmly down the ground, but not able to beat. The fielder does well, makes a good stop. Umpires for this match, Bolson Samuel, who's at the bowler's end, and Tyrone Peters. I think the fielder just been told there, after fielding that ball, that the towel, not known to him, he had to have, came pretty close to touching the ball as well, so just been asked to tuck it in a bit. Short, wide outside the off stump. Punch down the ground, looking for 2 again, and then, well, he's going to have to rush to get there, and he does. A slight bit of hesitation there from Hussain, but he does get back. He will go again. Very good understanding both these batters have. Good running in between the wickets. We'll be looking, having been out there once already, maybe to go beyond the 102 that they posted. Another 15 to 20 more runs would be hoping ensure them a bit more of a comfortable victory this time around against Plevin. Only winning by 2 runs in the last match. This one again down the leg side, just having a few difficulties changing, getting the line right between the left and the right hand batters. Always a big benefit for me to have a left and right batter out there, especially opening up as well. Puts the pressure on the opposition straight away. That's nicely clipped away, and the fielder does well. And as we've said many a times today, in that area of the ground, you've got to stop it, and otherwise, well, any error, the ball gets past you, it goes for 4 runs. It races away down there. Quite unbelievable how quickly it goes. Putting a bit of pressure on Sufyan here. Got a player in pretty close there, sort of on the offside. Doesn't quite go as far as Silly Point, but he's in there quite close. Trying to put the pressure on here. And when the bowler sort of lets himself down and gets fortunate, lucky to finish the over with a dot ball. It was a short one down the leg side, but Sufyan not able to capitalise on it. So that's the end of the first over, and the score 9. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. I'm Rika Full, and always a pleasure to be joined by the one and the only Mr. Maximo.
Thank you, Rico. It's good to be back, and welcome back to all of our viewers, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Well, not too much between these two teams. The first time they met in the afternoon session, just 2 runs between them. Let's see if we get another close contest. Saim Hussain, 30% more careful at the start of the innings, but typically gets the job done. Nice looking drive first up. And so, getting a double back for a couple. Again, putting some pressure on the fielder. And they still haven't got it in. But yes, one of the features of his game is he is a good runner between the wickets, and we haven't really seen enough of that today, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Kadian is the bowler. And, well, he got Player of the Match award in the last match for his 46 of 29 deliveries, but still ended up on the losing side. He'd love to put a good performance in again here, but this time be on the winning side and end this bad run that Plevin are in at the moment. Desperately need a victory, and who knows, once they get back to winning ways, maybe they could feel, and they would believe they could go all the way and win this. It's going to be a tight one.
Not too far off the mark at the moment, Plevin, but yeah, just didn't do enough in that first game. Yeah, some of the runs they gave away 16 wides and a no ball in that game as well. So I think that's something they'll come back to root. It's basically 7 extra runs in no balls and wides than their opponents. They only lost by 2.
So well bowled, good line. Nicely played as well. And once again, another example of the understanding these two batters have. They're very quick to go. Calling is good.
Michael just saying, hard to believe Sofia isn't closer to the North Pole than your home in Spain, Rico. But you're saying, did you forget to bring warmth? Well, we got the warmth. I mean, we actually couldn't really have too many more layers.
Yeah, it's quite a difficult one because, you know, I mean, when you're on the road, as I'm going to be now for the next 6 weeks, there's only so much you can bring with you, and you're sort of thinking, well, what's the weather going to be like? And I must admit, I thought more short sleeve than long sleeve, so I was. Yeah, it was interesting trying to sort out what I could wear this today and the next couple of days, and I know that the temperature is going to be a bit chilly.
And Corey only brought shorts to Portugal, thinking it'd be warm. It wasn't, but yeah, I mean, this isn't shorts weather today. But having said that, I think it's warmed up a bit. We've got another degree. We're up to 5.
Yeah,
I count them.
Shorter delivery, and should have done better. With Sufyan again, that's a couple short balls that he's had into the body that he needs to put away. And he's not able to look. I know the last time that you were in Spain, of course, we're talking Cardamom, we didn't have the best of weather, but it has got better since then. And I left temperatures of about 27, 28 degrees to come here. So
that's nice.
yeah, it's a bit like, I'll tell you more after this delivery. And well, I'm not sure what's happened to Mohamed Safian here, but he seems to be playing either far too early. He's not keeping his eye on the ball. I think that's the easiest way to describe it. Head's all over the place. He needs to keep his head still and just concentrate getting back on the ball. But yeah, it's a bit like, you know, when you're in a hot room and the air conditioning's been on the room next door, and you open the door and walk in and it's nice, cold, and chilly. It was a bit like that when I got out of the plane yesterday. Yep. It certainly was. And it was raining as well. So
I've transitioned down though, so I'm actually not that bad. You can see that Sofia had 2 wins out of 2 this morning. They're top of the table. They can be joined on 4 points by Plovdiv if they can win this one. Apurv's coming back for his second over. Last over of the power play.
Struck firmly, but not able to get past the fielder. Well fielded as well by Adikuma.
A few comments in the chat as well. Helix is spot on. Lucky Corey isn't with you, Vinny. He'd be unbearable about his shorts in the cold weather. Yeah, well, maybe his lips would be frozen shut. That'd be the only good thing about it.
And just dropping short of Harikuma. Has a shy as well. This would have been close if it hits, and well, it's Little Sonny who was chasing after the ball, but fortunately for him, 2 other fielders did go up to the stumps.
This was a pretty close one. Oh, I think he might have just been out if that had hit. We'll never know. So Simon just run a ball pace at the moment.
Well bowled. He tucks Hussein up a bit. And that's one thing, I mean, if you bowl well to Simon Hussein, he doesn't like taking a chance, does he? So I think get the ball right up in the block hole.
I think he knows how important he is to their innings, so he doesn't want to throw it away. I think his strategy is pretty much first half just to bat time and just pick up runs, knock it around, then maybe second half ramp it up.
Back to Guma once more, and this time he decides to hold on to it. I do like the fielding here, the field positioning, as I say, from Plevin, especially against Sufyan. They know that he's struggling and they're really putting the pressure on him, especially on the offside. I like that. And the same here, have a look at the field. Got that man in really close. I like that. And I don't think see enough of it. I mean, I would go one more and I'd have the same on the other side, especially when you've got 2 batters that are not hitting boundaries.
Yeah.
They're not hitting boundaries. They're struggling to get the ball sort of outside the 30-yard circle, put the pressure in. I'd get one more in close on the onside as well.
Tempt them to play a bigger shot, right? Leave a few gaps
Absolutely,
back there.
yeah.
They do bring the short cover in for the right-hander as well. Last ball, the power play coming up. Just 20 on the board so far with no loss.
And this one goes right through again. Once again, just moving around too much. And I think that's probably what it is. I think Mohamed Safian, he's moving around too much. He needs to just stand still.
I think he needs to stand still, at least get across the stumps, because too many times he's backed away slightly. He's been caught in a bit of a muddle. Anyway, 20 for no loss after 3. No wickets, but no real damage on the scoreboard either. And so, yeah, I know that you see the 3 overs in the power play. We haven't seen a lot happening, have we? And in those 3 overs, just saw 9, 6 and 5, and not a single boundary. So keep an eye on that as we move to the middle overs. It's going to be Mohamed Arham to bowl around the wicket.
Short edge, and goes pretty quickly to the man at third. Does well, gets everything behind it. Just a 1-1.
I know that Ninja's just joined us asking, was there any rain? Well, there was some rain in the last 2 or 3 days and some overnight. We actually had snow this morning and delayed the start of the first game, but we did get a 5-over game in. Still pretty cold conditions. Next one is just going to be 1 too long on. Currently 5 degrees, so they weren't lying to us. The meteorologists told us a maximum of 6, so we might still get there. But yeah, one of the colder days that we've seen in the European Cricket Series for sure.
Arham starts well. Sits in on the up. And gets it over the close fielder, but not
Oh, wow.
off the deep. And well, it took a long time to go back. And this time, Simon Hussain decided he didn't want to take the two.
They're looking for it. He actually committed a long way. Good throw to the keeper there. Might have been trouble. Let's look at Sufyan, number 7, at the top of the screen. Turns blind and goes. Simon Hussain just gives him the cold shoulder. Luckily, the throw didn't go to his end. Back to live action.
This one, if he hits, he's gone, and he doesn't hit. And you got to say that the throwing at the stumps, the direct hits have not been at their best. If they were, there would have been a lot more run-outs here today.
He's been gone by some distance here. Good 2 steps out. It was a good pick-up. But yeah, wasn't completely balanced for the throw. Maybe had a little bit more time than that.
Oh, he goes for the big one here, eyeing up the big shot over mid-on. And misses out on it. A dot ball, a rare dot ball to Simon Hussain.
Last ball of the 4th over. Arham's been pretty good. Still no boundaries in this innings.
It's good contact, but again, it's only going to be a single, and they're just keeping the pressure on here, Levin, and that's another very tardy over. The score moves on to 25, 4 overs down, so well, they're really leaving themselves a lot of work to do if they're going to get past the 100 or the 102 that they posted in the first match.
Yeah, warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. And we've got Charlie in here. You can put your head in here, Charlie. Charlie Hunt's here. He's studying broadcasting, so he's here as part of his university stays, actually. And you know what? It's 5 degrees, Rico. You've been complaining. So here we go. The jacket's coming off.
I was going to say, look, he's studying. Charlie, put your head in here again. You said he's studying broadcasting. He's studying you too much because he's dressing like you as well. Get him off. Come on, get him off. There you go. That's more like it.
Giving Charlie an extra jacket now. All right, let's change the bowler. Darren Yadav is going to come on. He just struggled a little bit with his direction a bit earlier.
Yes.
Now I'm realising how much louder I am when I'm not listening through my headphones through 3 or 4 layers on my head. Anyway, here's Simon Hussain.
And he's taking him on, but he's going to find the fielder. Oh! And, well, he puts it down. It's Harikuma, captain to captain action.
What can I tell you? He drops this, and then it would have gone for 4, but it rolls up the hill and rolls back. Look, there you think it's going to be 4, and then it just stays in the field of play. That was a chance to get rid of Simon Hussain, though.
Yeah. Now, look, Hussain, he does this a lot, doesn't he? First shot in aggression, he gives a chance. And it gets put down again here now. Is that the lifeline that he needs? He might as well just say, right, okay, if I had me luck, let's go for it now. And Sufyan, well, he needs to do the same. This again will be close, but he's not able to pick the ball up cleanly. But Mohamed Sufyan goes down like he's been knocked over by Mike Tyson. It's like a sack of potatoes down there.
Oh, this is a disaster. I mean, he should have had a chance there. That last one, that's like when people go down at the ice rink. He goes down hard. No damage. Up you get. These guys are pretty tough. Sufyan, he's been in the wars a bit today. He's still there, though.
He's going to be taking a bit of sawdust home with him.
He won't be leaving early. He won't be leaving at all.
Full toss. Doesn't get as much power in the shot as he would have liked. And tidy work out there in the deep. And, oh, finally, maybe. And was the bat down in time. And...
yeah, they're going to have a look at this.
Yeah. They're
going to have a look at this, and we'll get this as slow as we can. But this is Sufyan, who coming back to an on-striker's end. Oh, my instinct here is he's gone.
Yeah, I just think so.
I think direct hit from the bowler. And I'll say this is him coming back. And I think he is gone. So yeah, it's gone by probably 30 to 50 centimetres, but it's a good bit of fielding, and there's the signal. He's going to have to go. I think Sufyan probably had the feeling. So there's the LRS coming into play, limited review system. Excellent work by the crew at Spring Productions to get that slowed down for you. That's unfortunately for Sufyan. He's going to have to go. There's been a few wickets taken with run-outs today, not too many to the bowlers. That is the first wicket, breaks the opening partnership at 28. That's 28 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, both the wickets so far that have been lost by Plovdiv have been courtesy of run-outs, and I think that could be actually a blessing in disguise, because I don't think that, well, he was slow going in the first match, Mohamed Sufyan, when he scored 27 off 26 deliveries. Well, in this one, he was just 9 off that, he's off 13 deliveries. So I think that could be a blessing in disguise, because this man who's coming in now, I did like the look of him. I think he batted really well. And maybe he can give it a bit of boom boom. We shall see. It's going to be non-strikers end for the moment. Saim Hussain, well, he gave a life. He was dropped by Harikuma, the captain. Can he make it count? Well, this is a Gundy ball way down the leg side. He goes after it, misses it, but he will get the wide. And, needless to say that Mr. Maximo is quiet because he's putting his jacket back on. Yeah. Listen, I'm going to go back to something in a minute here. As this one's played out, I'll talk about it now. This should just be a single.
Go on then.
You were giving the production team grief about how you couldn't hear things properly. Yeah. And now you owned up yourself just why you couldn't hear things properly.
Maybe that's a half truth. I'll give you that much. We love our production crew.
Yeah, Martins, he's sorry. As this is sort of carved out again out the offside. They've got to go for 2 here. Got to turn and go.
Ooh, good throw to the keeper. Might be interesting here. Oh, just bounced and took some of the sting out of it. I still think it is a bit soft, that one button we were talking about. But yeah, take your point. Hey, halfway through this first innings, Plovdiv need to get a wriggle on. At the moment, they're 32 for 1 after 5. Look, credit to Pleven. The one thing we talked about was the extras they bowled the first match today. They've been a lot better here, haven't they, in the first half of this innings?
Yeah.
It's kind of giving away the 1 and over, whereas it was more like 3 and over at one point. Now McDoomie, let's see what he can do. As Simon's saying, I think he needs to kind of cash in those loose deliveries a bit more often. He's just too satisfied hitting them for 1, I think. Here's Aham round the wicket.
Firmly hit, but only be a 1. And I think this is where I go back to it again, similar to the first innings. I think they need to try and go a bit more aerial, get under the ball a bit more, and try and clear these the infielders. Be a bit more aggressive with their play. Cut away. Certainly take 1. We'll look for 2. And there's hesitation here. A good throw and he could be in trouble. They asked the question. And looks like they're going to have a look at this.
Yeah, they'll have a look again. But yeah. It's looks like they're going to the LRS. We see Justin. Again, great work by the guys. That bat's grounded, and that's the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the point I was going to make. It's the right way to do it. It's running hard, running on the mat as well, just on the outside of the mat and sliding the bat in. Any youngsters watching? There you go. Perfect way to do it.
It's a good day for sliding, though. If you're a good slider, that's excellent. I'd probably start my slide 9-10 metres out.
Back to the bowler. No run.
Graham Holmes saying that the Pleven kit reminds him of the Cincinnati Bengals in the NFL. Well, they're a bit more orange, the Cincinnati Bengals. Maybe a bit more Tampa Bay Buccaneers about them.
To the pad, certainly not out. It's going way down the leg side, but it's another dot ball, and dot ball is a win-win situation. Dot ball to gold dust, that's what we say in this format of the game. And at the moment, Pleven certainly got plenty to be happy about what they've done so far in this match. And again, there's that man in close.
Good fielding position, hey?
Yeah, I like it.
I know you like it a lot. Yes, they're doing a really good holding job. It's an unusual innings considering there's just the 1 wicket down, but they're just at run a ball pace and almost at the end of the 6th over. Something's got to give here.
And, this is hit back. More or less that Saim Hussain who has the duck as it goes, loops over him, and they take a single, and again that means that it's going to be McDoomie who will go back on strike. It's the end of the over, and it's all tidy stuff at the moment from Pleven and Plovdiv. Well, they've got to show a bit of firepower here now for the remainder of this innings.
Yeah, I think so. It's time to throw caution to the wind and, you know, trust the other batters to come in if they do lose a wicket. As you see that no one's really had too much punishment. Mishra bowled his 2 out for 13 and Aham for only 9. Haven't seen the 5th bowler though. So that could be important as well. So just 2 runs separating these 2 teams. The first time they met in match 3. That will be Taran Yadav to bowl in over number 7.
Well, the bowler just nearly loses it before he even gets there, just slipping away.
Yeah, so still
Yadav.
Still no 5th bowler.
Tries to give himself a bit of room, but not getting any power in the shot at all.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we haven't really seen is batters able to hit straight and true with that kind of straight drive elevated technique. We just haven't seen enough of that today. I think that's where you get your value.
That's clever bowling. Just floated this one up there. I think he sensed that Simon Hussain was going to go after him. And
like a half a stumping attempt. It was wide of the stump, so it was a slight fumble. Had to be lightning quick.
I think he hit the ground maybe harder than he hit the ball, but
good
we'll
running.
Get the second, a bit of an untidy work there from Plevin. The bowler not able to retrieve it cleanly.
Look after your bowler there. Actually, Yadav, that was a really good delivery. He needs to bowl more of those. He's lost way too many down the leg side today, the left-hander.
Trying to hit it too hard and not making good contact. He wants to go for it now, and this again will be close, but I think gets in. Well, they're going to just check it with the 3rd umpire.
Yeah, I think he's well in here. I think often they will call for these anyway, but I think it's probably past the stumps here by the time that ball hits. No, not quite, but still good camera work. Not in by that much, actually. It shows you they're always a bit further out than you think. But yeah, Yada's bowling a lot better here.
Oh, well, that's one way to do it. It's not the way I do it. And I wouldn't do it on a hot sunny day, let alone a cold, icy day.
You better have steel in your boots if you're going to do this. Well, it could have ended a lot worse. That's for all the over.
Goes for it. There's a fielder out there. He chooses to try and save the boundary instead of going for the catch, but it goes all wrong. Well, for me, you've got to try and take the catch here. He's a big player. He doesn't. Tries to play safe, and then he messes it all up.
If you do play safe, that's fine, but you still need to stop it then. So he goes back, gets defensive, and then he still misses it. And he looks down at the ground, saying, how did that happen? Well, that's 7 overs down, and the score 45 for 1.
You know what? That was the first one. That's the first boundary. That is the first boundary in the match.
And it comes at the last ball of the 7th over. Coming up tomorrow, we have 4 more T10 matches for you. We've got Sofia versus the Blacksmiths in the first 2 matches of the day. And in the afternoon, we'll get to see the defending champions, Bulgarian, for the first time. They're taking on the Plevin 11 that you're seeing right now. And so that will all start again tomorrow at 6 a.m. GMT. Which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe and 11:30 a.m. in India. Now it is time for the 8th over. And looks to me like they've gone for Zain Mustafa as the 5th bowler.
Well, this one hardly comes up at all from the line, King.
I do like the Lion King. Now look at that ball. I don't know if we can look at it.
I think somebody might be able to. I think somebody might have a word with him about trying to clean the ball that way. That's probably not the way to do it.
I've never seen this before. You want to talk about one side of the ball looking to the other? Look at this. He picks it up out of the mud and he looks at it and says, well, what do you expect me to do with this? I'll have to whack the mud off. And that didn't work. And they tried the polish method.
Oh, dear.
I would have just kept it one half like that. Imagine how much it would swing. All right, here's the next ball.
It's going to be another wide.
I honestly would have considered trying to bowl it with one half completely full of mud. That's a good one.
Well, Mustafa has got to get this right. I mean, at the moment, it's only extras, but following each extra is another ball, and if any of those go to a boundary, that's where it becomes expensive. And that was a swing and a miss again. So Makdumi, though he's come in and got his opportunity, he's not really been able to do any better than what Mohamed Sufyan was doing. It's a lot of swinging and missing. Fuller delivery. This is well hit. This could be 4, and it is. And finally, we get another boundary. And this one we're going to say is a legitimate, authentic one. Nice shot, hit hard. And once that gets past the fielder, that's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. Eso es que necesita más.
Nice batting. Really nice batting there. Got the gift though. Played the correct shot. So a 50 comes up now for Plovdiv. Quarter of the innings to go. Plenty of wickets in hand. McDoomey. Something about him, isn't there? Obviously, you can see why he's been trusted in the number 3 position.
Yeah, I mean, that one was quite full. And obviously, that's the way where he likes it. Now, will that give him the confidence to go again? Well, he gets an edge here, and it goes, oh, well, what a stop this is. What did he know about it? I don't know, but he stops it somehow. This is amazing.
There's a lot going on here.
Absolutely fantastic, and that's Thomas. Well, Thomas, the tank.
All right, and then let's come down and have a look, because when he goes over, does he stay in? Oh, yeah, the ball's ejected. He ends up halfway up the hill. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to do it. Yeah, I think the ball's out. He never touches it again, does he? That's fine. Back to live action. Another edge that could be headed for the vortex, but fielder's able to stop this, so just 1 run. So, there's a little bit of acceleration happening here, but still, I mean, when you consider that Pleven did score 100, nothing's really changed, right? So, yeah, they'll be fancying chasing whatever this turns out to be. At the moment, it looks like they're on track for about 70, if they can't race things.
Captain Hussein's going to go big now. And, well, that will help. It wasn't the best of deliveries. Down the leg side, and he doesn't miss out this time. 4 more runs. And, well, you get the feeling that he's got to try and stay on strike for as much off the last 12 deliveries as he can. And that takes the score up to 58. 8 overs gone. Yeah,
it wasn't a good delivery at all. It was a gift-wrapped present, wasn't it, for Hussein? You see there, just not a lot of scoring through the first half. I mean, not often you get pretty much 7 overs in before you get your first boundary. The only time you'd see that normally is when there's a lot of wicket trouble, but there isn't for Plovdiv in this game.
Harry Kuma looks like he's going to take the ball now and bowl. So he's only going to get the 1 over in. The captain. Just a couple of steps as he goes. And that's well bowled. Gets the ball in the right areas. Both the bowling. Batsman on the other room needed the. Goes for it again, but this time it's clubbed away. Captain Caveman style. He's given that some welly, and he's got a boundary. 4 runs. Good hit.
Yeah, so the boundary's coming now with a bit more frequency. McDoomey goes and fetches this one. And just gets it away from the fielder for 4.
It's a nice hit. McDoomey's going to go a bit of boom here. Let's try and get as close to that 90 would be great for them. That's going to take some doing from here anyway. Short again, and this time, oh, well, that's why you don't use your foot. This is hurt. I can tell you this is hurt because, well, he's gone for it with his foot again. Have a look at this. And I think that's got him right on his, right on the ankle.
I'm going to throw a bit of free coaching in. If you can catch this on the full, it'll be out. Although I have seen the odd one bounce up off the foot and be caught, that's probably not the way that I'd be going about it. And Harry Kumar, he's lucky he doesn't have a long run up because he's just going to amble in again.
Down the ground, it should be stopped. And it has. They think about 2, and now, well, they may get 2. They will. Well, it's all happening out there.
We've just seen how confident Harry Kumar is of stopping balls coming back at him. So I'd be running for 2 each time.
Harry
got the hobble on.
They're telling him, Harry, do up your lace. Your lace undone. He says, never mind about my lace. I'm lucky my foot's still there. Anyway, here he comes again. He's hobbling all over the place. Short. And in the air. He's going to drop short of the fielder. They'll be looking to go 2 again. And they will. No real urgency from the fielder to attack this. Take 2. Well, I think with every minute that goes by, the captain, Kuma, he's hobbling more and more. You can see he's definitely is struggling.
Well, it reminds me of that Asadou's been getting some treatment in Portugal, which went a little bit viral a couple of weeks ago. And this one's a little French cut. There's a man for that shot for some reason. So he'll stop it. So interesting stuff. End of another over. Score now is 67 for 1. 1 over remains in the first innings of this, match 4.
67. They'll be wanting to get at least 10. That will get them 77. I mean, if they can push and try and get into the 80s here, that will be a bit of an achievement. But once again, the thing to focus on here is that, and this is something that Plovdiv will look at, they've only lost 1 wicket, and really you shouldn't be in this situation run-wise if you've only lost 1 wicket. You've got to learn when to push, and you've got to learn when to sacrifice sometimes. If you're not doing it, if you're not scoring the runs, you've got to make way for someone else.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you make there. So we'll go to the last. If they kick on to 80 though, I mean, it'll be an interesting sort of chase. On current form, you probably can't see them get out of the 70s, but let's find out. Here's going to be Mukul Kadyan to bowl the last over.
He's timed this very well, but he probably timed it too well, because it's going to be a struggle to get back, and he's not going to get back. And yeah, this is just come out off the bat really sweetly. So he's gone to the fielder quickly, and the fielder, no mistake, gets the throw in, and he's run out by a long way, and the new batter will be on strike.
Yeah, good pick up and throw, good one bounce, nice and comfortable for the keeper, who finishes the job. No need for the LRS on that occasion. Yeah, but I suppose considering they haven't had a lot of trouble losing wickets, you probably might see this kind of urgency a bit earlier in the innings. You feel like they cost themselves about 20 runs or so, a couple and over, or 2, 3, 4 and over, by just being a little bit too conservative. I mean, I guess if they get the win, that's fine. But just feel like maybe not making the most of their resources at this point.
Yeah, once again though, I mean, up until now, they've still not been able to get... Oh, a bowler has not picked up a wicket yet.
Yeah.
So that's another run out, the second wicket run out. So all 3 wickets that Plevin have taken of Plovdiv have all been run outs.
Of course, they did have a chance to get rid of Saim Hussain, caught in the outfield. Captain couldn't hold on. So probably used to take one there. And
this one, you know when you watch gymnastics and they do the horse and they get the landing wrong? Well, this is getting the landing wrong. This is like, whoop.
I mean, he's all right. That's why we can laugh. But Khan's fine.
He might be all right. He's wet himself. It looks like
reminds me of skiing. Have you ever seen people trying to ski for the first time and they just don't know how to stop? He's fine. He's fine.
He's
That's
fine.
the main thing.
You're saying he goes big, and if I was diving, I probably could have gone for this one. It's too many obstacles in the way. That was Charlie. Charlie, you were right there. That would have been right down your throat, Charlie.
That's like he's moved.
Charlie wouldn't have dropped
That was a good shot. See, yeah, Saim Hussain, once he gets going, and this is 6 by a long way down the ground, he's one of the batters who I think could target these short, straight boundaries. Yeah. Just an easy swing of the bat there.
First 6 of the innings. And this one, slice it, set away. The fielder should get there and stop it. Not before Hussain will try and come back for 2, and he's going to make it as well. Wasn't the best of throws. Keep an eye on that ball. Bowler does stop it, so it goes back on strike.
Yeah, so eking towards this 80, 77 out with 2 balls to go. Ninja asking what the white stuff is on the edge of the pitch. That's sawdust. It's not snow, although we did have some snow this morning. 2 to come. Run.
Yeah, he'll
come back for 2 here no matter what.
Well, certainly when the fielder can't find the ball, can't pick it up. Well, there's no snow on the ground. If there was, you can understand we're not finding it. White ball, white snow.
Yeah,
just couldn't pick it up. It's the mud on it. Don't throw it on the floor.
Boots it at least twice. So 79. Buckle up. Last ball time. So Hussain's on 37.
And this goes through and will be a run out. And that's the end of the innings as well. That's how it finishes on 79. So they don't get to the 80. So 80 will be required for Plevin if they're to register. Well, what would be probably a well-earned victory for them if they can do it.
Yeah, so it will be exactly 80. If you offered that to Blevin at the start, he probably would have taken it. See here, I'm not even sure if they cross here. In the end, I mean, could probably all end up going to Arsene Khan getting run out, but that will be the end of the innings. So yeah, I mean, interesting chase. Of course, we had a really close game first up between these two teams, with just 2 runs separating them. And this time, I think Blevin, it's a great opportunity for them to break their winning streak. They've had a good look at the bowlers from Plovdiv as well. They were able to knock up 100 before. They do have some good hitting of their own. I'm particularly looking forward to seeing someone like Nitin Sunil, top of the order again. And Kadjan, of course, who batted through that innings in match 3. As we look at the highlights of the first half of match 4, the last match of the day from Bulgaria. And Saim Hussain, he could have been gone right there. It was halfway up the hill, Jack and Jill. Hari Kumar couldn't handle that. And a few batters struggling in that area of the pitch. And, well, he'll need to make a trip to the laundry. That one was borderline. Ended up in a run out, though. And Sufyan finally had to go. And umpires just using the LRS. And it was a bit of foot fielding on a day like this. Well, I can't remember how many bones are on your feet. There's plenty. And they can be broken easily. The fielder backed off that one. And this is a moment where the spiking of the ball was used as a cleaning method. I don't know how effective that was. We saw after the run out, McDoomy came out. He tried to make a bit of a difference. It's a fair few slips and slides. You would expect it on a day like this in Bulgaria. The main thing is the players out there. They enjoying the challenge, I think. Once again, I would say the hand method, probably the best way to deal with those caught and bowls. We weren't done yet though, were we, Rico? And yeah, Plovdiv in the end, they have heaps of wickets in hand, but they weren't quite able to do too much. That was the other run out in the innings. They just pushed towards the end. That was a bit of a surprise ball. I'm not sure if he'll remember that or not, but Hussain, he was the instigator, wasn't he? He batted through the innings before getting run out off the last ball for 37.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very good performance from Blevin. They didn't let the disappointment of losing that first very close match between their opponents, Plovdiv, get them down. They came out fighting, and well, I believe they've probably done enough to put themselves in the driving seat in this match. 80 required, and I think they're just going to go out there and bat smartly. Don't want to be throwing your wickets away. As we have a look at that scorecard, and once again, you notice, well, you won't see it on this part of the scorecard, but no bowler taking a wicket. They're all run-outs. Yeah,
run-outs given away at the end of the innings when they were just pushing for every single run. I think what we've learned from that is it's probably worth making that push a little bit earlier, because they certainly were accelerating towards the end. We had 13, 9 and 12 off the last 3 overs. As we look at the bowling, well, no one took any wickets, but a lot of good performers economically. I think Mohammad Aham had a pretty good day with the ball. He only conceded 9 of his 2 overs. Also thought Mishra, Apurav Mishra, pretty good up front, only conceding 13. But yeah, I mean, they're in the game. And when it comes down to it, it's all about trying to restrict the score. And Blevin have done that pretty well, restricting it to 79. When we return, they'll need 80 in the last innings of the day. Just be a few minutes away. Always a quick turnaround in match 4. Hopefully you can join us then. Can Blevin, can they break their losing streak against Plovdiv? We're about to find out. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico for We're Keeping Warm. And the cricket should be hot when we return for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back for the final time today on day one of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. The umpires, Paul Samuel, Tyrone Peters, make their way out, and followed by the Medical University Plovdiv players. They've only got 79 on the board, so defending, they've got to be at the best, got to bowl well, and they've got to keep tidy, and one thing they've got to do is keep those extras down as well. And that's one thing that certainly their opponents, Plevin, did. Remember in the first match, they gave away far too many extras, 20 of them, and were just short by 2 runs, trying to get the score of 103 for victory. Well, this time round, they've done much better. They've been tidy out there. Well, you've got to say, they were slipping and sliding and fighting like tigers out there, and they've done a good job. So can they now go out with the bat and get the runs they need, 80 runs, and level this sort of mini-series between both these university sides? At the moment, it's Plovdiv that have won the first. Can Plevin bounce back, and can they end a miserable run of form for them as well in European Cricket Series? Lost the last 6 matches. They desperately need a win, and a win here against Plovdiv would be an amazing result for them as we get ready to start. Rahman in the first ball. It's going to be bowling to Kadian, who's well, he's had a good day so far with bat and with ball. And well, they're asking the question straight away, and the bowler is absolutely sure, and so are the fielders. I must admit, from where I'm standing, I wasn't convinced, but certainly would like to see it again on the replay. But, everybody going up here. Let's see, what are your thoughts? No, I don't see anything on that side of the replay, and there neither, so I think that's the right call. This time play it out, and well, that's the way to reply back. A beautifully timed shot. Sometimes it's all about power, and sometimes it's about placement. And that's 4 runs, and fortunately the fielder, he couldn't stop the ball, but well, needed a wall to stop him, and doesn't go through it. Nice shot, beautifully timed. Mikhail Kadian was the player of the match in the first match between these two, even though he ended up on the losing side. This time he wants to end up in the winning side. Doesn't quite get hold of this, but still gets plenty of it. And it will just, will it? Has that gone? The fielder has. The fielder's gone beyond the boundary and up the hill when he's gone for lunch. But it doesn't go over the boundary. That's quite amazing. There we go. It just stops. Well, he says, I'm going to keep going. I'm going home. He says, all right, I'll do it. And in it comes. So, and a good, positive start from Kadian. And he'll have another go, and this time it's no real rush chasing this. And well, this is another one that's gone and hit the power cables. Now it's another dead ball. Well, I suppose that's fair, because Simon Hussain did it in the first match. So the even Stevens and the power line once, another dead ball. Well, would you believe it? And must admit, when it was first hit, I did think this one is probably going to go to the boundary. But now I know why. So, this ball is full of energy, full of electricity. Just worked away for another single. I wonder how many people are actually talking to each other on a phone line, and all of a sudden, because the ball hit those cables, they sorry, connection lost. Who knows? Good start here from Plevin. Just trying to guide that one down to third, I think. Dot ball. Rahman wanting to finish well. Ball to go. 7 on the board. Yeah, I think if his son who, oh, well, there you go. This time he does get lucky. He's probably not as fine as he was looking to play this. But it goes past the keeper, Simon Hussain, and that's 4 runs. And that's a good end of the over. This is a score 11 with that loss, and over gone. And it's a good positive reply. Rico Full here. And welcoming back into the commentary box for the final time today as well, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. few people asking what the temperature is up to. Well, we haven't quite hit the magical 6. Well, we've got 5 degrees at the moment. Enjoyed it, actually. Enjoyed watching the players go about it. I think they're just so excited to be out there, and I'm excited to be back in Bulgaria as well. Looking forward to a great week of cricket ahead. Now, we're going to go to over number 2. Hassan Khan with the ball.
Nicely played, but not able to beat the fielder.
It's been a super important position today, that point in the circle, because I think, if it gets past you, it's probably going to be 4, because that is so fast back there. So that's Mohammed Azar in that position. Makes a good stop. So Delric fielding there earlier today.
Pitched up, a nice shot over the top of the man who's inside the circle in the mid-off position. Excuse me. Beautifully played. Lovely timing. Sweet shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, haven't seen enough of that today. You've got to target these straight boundaries. I had the mid-off up in the circle. So, yeah, takes it on and wins. It's Abidi at mid-off. He took a pretty good catch earlier today in a similar position.
Actually worked away. Looking well. Looking like he's capable of playing all around the ground, Edian. I think if you're Nitin Saniahu, I think you'll probably just have to say to yourself, okay, it looks like he just wants to dab the ball around. I'd say go out there and give it a club. Try and club the ball, hit it hard.
I think we're seeing a bit more intent from these openers than we saw in the first innings. Up at the rate already.
And that's exactly what he does, and gets it over the bowler. Outstretched hand, or can't, gets a single.
You see 8 and over, but I'd be trying to score 100. I'd be going at 10 and over if I could. You want to leave yourself a bit of wiggle room. They did score 100 in the first game today, Plevin, against these same bowlers.
Yeah, but I think I like your idea, because if you did that, remember, that would mean that this little series between these two will be tied. You'll be in the same number of points, but your net run rate will be better.
Yeah, of course.
So you'd actually finish the day on ahead of Plovdiv. Fuller opportunity, but doesn't pick it up early, the fielder, and allows it to drop in front of him. Just a single taken.
Absolutely clunks this one off the bottom of the bat. Lucky does, otherwise it might have gone straight to mid-on. Instead, it's a single. End of 2 overs. Plevin are 18 without loss. So they are going just ahead of that 8 that's required. They're going 9 and over through the first 2 overs. Gives us an opportunity to look at the ladder. You can see that MU Sofia, they won both the games against the Blacksmiths this morning. Tomorrow they'll take on Plovdiv in the morning session. And you see that if Plevin can win this game, they'll be level on 2 points with the team they're playing right now, Plovdiv. So, second over coming up now. And it will be Partha Chaya, who's third over, pardon me. And Partha Chaya is going to be used early on here. Maybe a sign that they're worried that there might not be a game in the 8th or 10th over if things continue at this rate. Chaya, is there a little edge on this? And this time he's given it. Well, he's saying no. Well, I don't know. You can't really go to the LRS, I think, for this. I saw a finger. I don't know if you can big up anything, but that'll be not out. It's out, actually. So maybe he was signalling out. He just went and had a little glance at his partner to say, did you hear that too? And so in the end, it will be a wicket. So that's a big one. With Mukul Kadyan being dismissed for 13. Remember, he batted through the innings earlier today, but he is the first wicket to fall here in match 4 for Plevin. They're 18 for 1.
Yeah, he gets a little touch on that, and the umpire took his time, and I think he may have just communicated with his colleagues, and in the end deciding, yes, that there was a touch on it, and it's a big breakthrough because Kadyan was certainly looking dangerous.
Here's the thing, and you've done a lot of umpiring, Rico. I get that, as umpires, you're trying to work together, but there are certain things there's limitations on the square leg umpire helping you in that one. I think that's one you have to back yourself to make the decision. I think he thought it was nicked, but he wanted some sort of confirmation. the only time I think I'd be going to square leg is if you're not sure if the ball's carried. You know, some other rare occurrences, I suppose, when there's some really big edges. But anyway, I think the right decision's made in the end there, which is the main thing. It's Achaya making things happen. Swings the game with the wicket, then follows up with the dot ball. It's Akshay Harikumar, the man with the steel shins, who's coming in at number 3.
Yeah, the captain. Remember, he did come off the field for the final sort of over or so when they were in the field. But he seems to be okay to continue here. Bowling really well, got a good shape on the ball. He's bowling in the right corridor as well, isn't he? Just outside the off stump, getting away movement as well. And you can see why Achaya, they wanted him to bowl this one. They needed a breakthrough. He's delivered. And now, well, can he get rid of the captain of Blevin as well? Interestingly played this. He looked like he was shaping up to play the big shot. And in the end, just ends up dropping the bat on it.
Bailed out of it. Steve Cook asking, is this the coldest day ever for a cricket comp? Well, I don't know about other cricket comps, but we do think it's actually the coldest day we've had in an ECS. Started at 2, currently we're up to 5. There were a couple of times that we got to the ground, it was 1 or 2, but normally by time play started it was a bit warmer. Well, that's taken off. It's going to be a wide plus another wide. Actually, Simon Hussain does pretty well to stop this, because this was a bit of a surprise ball, wasn't it?
This is just taken off. I'm not sure what this is. Look at this. I mean, Hussain had no idea where this has gone. It's just, well, slightly shorter maybe of the shorter length sort of delivery, but that really is gone.
Have to bowl that one again as well. The first runs of the over after 4 dot balls.
He played. Sunil, I think he realised here now with Gadian gone that he's got to take the lead role while his captain gets into the groove.
He's got a few shots as well, Sunil. He's not afraid to hit it down the ground either. I think that's a skill. Won't be easy against someone like Achaya. You just saw, got that one to take off a length. But you've got to be brave, I think. Captain on strike, Harikumar.
That's good delivery. I think Achaya's a very clever bowler. He knows that Harikumar likes to give himself room. He likes to walk either away down the leg side or outside the off to try and play his little scoopy shots. He bowled it right up there and gets a single, which means he has to go back and strike. End of the over, and it is 22 for 1.
Yeah, 22 for 1. So if you go back and look at the Plovdiv power play, they were 20 for no loss. So pretty similar. Yeah, I know you don't want to take crazy risks, but I think eliminating dot balls, that's probably the first thing I'd be looking to do, and then putting away the bad ball. I think that's a strategy that can get you enough runs with a reduction in unnecessary risks. So I don't think you need to go looking for trouble. I do think you have to have a sense of urgency about you and try and put the fielders under pressure. Maybe push for some of those 2s like we saw Simon Hussain doing so well in the first half of this game. So 4th overtime, Ahsan Khan is going to come back and bowl again. His first over went for 7. Let's see how he goes in his second over.
So bowled, cuts it in to Harikumar, who does drop back onto it, gets the single.
See, this is something I've noticed today. Some of the batters, they're backing away to this kind of delivery and it's following them. If you can see a guy's consistently moving the ball into you, you're better off getting across and trying to hit it onto the leg side. I think the batter's just getting in a bit of a muddle.
And well, talk about getting a bit of a muddle. This has cleaned him up. He's played all around this, just full and straight. And gets another wicket, and it's a big one. So both openers have gone. And Plovdiv, you know, they've got to be at their best in the field. They haven't scored too many runs. The target is 80, but they picked up 2 good wickets. And again, see, he's just listen to you, but he's picked the wrong one.
Yeah, but what it is also he hasn't got across and got himself in a position. He's still playing the ball outside his body there. So yeah, maybe that was one to pay a bit more respect to because it was a bit straighter. But he'll look back at that and he'll just see, okay, tried to hit leg side, but didn't get that back foot across and didn't get in a very good position to get that ball to play it under his eyes. Anyway, it's the second wicket to fall, 23 for 2, bit of a crossroads in this innings as Taran Yadav comes to the crease at number 4. Let's see, they just need kind of one partnership, I think, to get him most of the way there. If they keep losing wickets, It's going to seem like 79's a lot bigger than it really is. Well bowled though by Asan Khan. He is swinging the ball around. That's always going to be something that's going to trouble the batters.
Cautiously watched onto the bat, and good backing up from Mariguma. So nice to see that self-inflicted injury to his foot has not slowed him down when he's running out there. Good backing up from him. And Yadav knows he's got to put a good partnership together with his captain. Not a good delivery, but good work behind the stumps from Hussain.
Yeah, Hussein's got good fundamentals behind the stumps. He makes an early movement. A lot of keeping's about anticipation as well. So as soon as you see it heading down there, you just need to proactively get across, and he takes that one easily. Again, lots of in-swing from the bowler.
And this one is also wide. I thought for a moment it may have just skimmed a bit of the pad, but doesn't. So after bowling a nice start to his spell, Khan's just let himself down slightly here.
Yeah, they'd love a boundary here just to stay up with the rate. They'd want to be 32 after 4. Currently they're 6 short of that, halfway through the over.
Struck well, and I think there's hands on this, but not able to hold on to it. But I think one thing probably, by getting a touch onto it, he probably has saved runs there. I think this could have gone all the way.
Yeah, it could have. I mean, this would have been a really good catch if he'd held on. That's Mohammad Sufyan. He's been in the wars a bit today. Put that one with the rest. Stinging fingers.
Once again, just dropping back onto it, take the single. You can see the difference also in the fielding styles, if you like, field positionings. I mean, when Plevin were in the field, those would not have been singles, and we've seen quite a few of those taken. They deploy a man in close, which basically eradicates that one being taken.
Last ball of the over coming up.
That's probably not quite what he had in mind.
You know, in the Olympics, sometimes you get degree of difficulty points, so I feel like that shot should be worth 2. Because you went walkabout, and then it's just a little, it's kind of sideways ramp. I don't know what to call it. Kind of hung the bat out like a wet fish. Anyway, 4 overs down, it's 29 for 2. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. Well, Klopp in the chat is watching from Trinidad. Said nice to see Rico back.
Thank you very much.
Yep, big thanks to Corey for the 3 weeks that he was filling in. I know he's on coaching duty now, but Rico, it is great to have you back, and hello to all of our viewers. And I think it's been really entertaining. It's been cold, but it's been really entertaining. And once more, we've got the 4 matches in, which is really good for the viewers.
Yeah, absolutely. And thankfully, the players out there warmed us up and they kept us going. It's been it has been a great day of cricket. We said when we were here last time that the average score per innings was around 100. That's what we've seen so far today, and we've seen that on a difficult day.
Yeah, I think
that
so.
tells me that if conditions do change, that we're going to see more runs. So go back to the action and talk about more runs. Oh, that's an outstanding stop. That is brilliant. That really is superb. And that's Mohamed Uzair flying through the air, stopping this one. Great stop.
Well, this is saving 3 runs. It's almost as good as going out there and whacking a boundary yourself from Uzair, because it gets them almost as many. He's fielded really well today. Not easy when you're fielding in the vortex. That's where the 2 outfielders are at the moment on that side, but this is in the air and it could be trouble. It should be caught, and it is. Mohammad Sufyan camps under this. Well, he dropped a very difficult one in the last over. This time he cashes in, and Harry Kumar is just going to watch as Yadav went for the big shot. Didn't pay off, he skied it. Catches win matches, and that's a catch taken by Sufyan, and it's the 3rd wicket to fall, 30 for 3.
Yeah, all smiles you see there on the faces of the Plovdiv players. Went a long way up, you still got to take them, and sometimes they're the difficult ones because you don't know which way you want to take it. But, well, you can see there he takes it in the end, and he's got a thing or two to say about it as well.
I tell you what, it's great to see the players getting around each other as well. And they're out there in battle, and every time a catch has been taken today, we've seen the teammates quick to get there. Of course, we had our times where the players couldn't really celebrate a wicket. It looks like those days are numbered. And so it's good to see here in Bulgaria, the team are able to celebrate a moment like that. Anyway, Achaya, they're bowling him out here, so throwing the resources up front, I don't mind that. I think when you're defending a total, you want to be proactive, and try and get on top in the game.
Well, this one could have gone anywhere. But Sivakuma gets himself off the mark.
Yeah, so just keep an eye on that required run rate. Could start at exactly 8. Now it's just crept up towards 9. No sense of panic just yet, but I do think you still want to pick up that boundary and over. If you don't, then I think the rate will continue to rise.
Struck well, but again, well fielded there in the deep. And you've got to have your best fielders in those important places, and that's exactly what at the moment here for sure.
I think we think alike, because often we talk about long on, long off being the most important positions, but I'm not so sure on this field. I think in the way the players are batting, I think that deep backward point is a very important position.
This one gets through the close fielder, but only as far as Abidi keeps it to 1.
Yeah, so just think about some of those stops from Uzair. And without that, they're probably on course in this chase, but they're just a fraction behind on account of that. Again, good effort there, even though he doesn't stop it in the infield. Last ball of the over. Yeah, Harry Kumar just struggling with his timing a bit. He wasn't committed to that shot. In the end, it'll be a dot. Halfway through the chase. Pleven are 33 for 3. So 33 in the first half. They'll need 47 in the second half to win. And if you want to know how Plovdiv were going at this stage, well, they were 32 for 1. So, okay, a couple of wickets difference. I suppose neither side in real wickets trouble. So it's a very similar kind of a score. The splits for Plovdiv, 32 in the first and 47 in the second. So they got a bit of a kick on at the end, and they scored 34 in the last 3.
Rahman comes back and finds the edge. And it's been well stopped, and well, the batter at the other end goes down. Well, that certainly is the slippery end, isn't it?
A double knee slide technique, and I think he stops this between his legs as he slides in. And then watch out. Don't take your eye off your feet today.
Oh, he goes for the big old heave-ho, trying to hit this towards sort of the extra cover area, I think. It's probably the right idea.
I think they've got a good field to Harry Kumar. And they've got 3 outfielders behind the wicket. There's a fine leg, third man, and deep backward point. And yeah, I think it's just not happening for him at the moment, the skipper.
And well, now he's got to go. It's time to say adios. And well, it's things, like you said, Vinny, not happening for him. He's made 6 of 12 deliveries before he goes. Clean bowled. Once again, trying to give himself space. You can see he's always on the move, but this time the only place he's got to move to is back in the dugout. He has to go. And Plovdiv, well, they're right on top here at the moment.
Yeah, so top of the stump length. We talked about that a lot in the Netherlands last week. And so, yeah, just an innings to forget, really, for actually Harry Kumar. Ends up going for 6 off 12. So he's used up a bit of time as well. Hasn't done too much with it. Not through lack of trying, but he leaves his team precariously placed as Apurv Mishra comes to the crease at number 6. Score now is 34 for 4.
So Sivakuma and Mishra out there. Sivakuma's not been out there long himself. He's going at run a ball, but they need something more than that here at the moment. The rate here, if you just look at the rate and forget about the wickets falling at the moment, the rate isn't too bad. It's just around 10. So it's certainly there, but one of these 2 batters has to show some intent. So one of these 2 have to find the boundaries. Maybe they need a little bit of luck to go their way as well. A few edges that go for 4. And with that, everything can change.
A broken bail there. No surprises because they hit the very top of the stumps. See, bang, and straight over the keeper. We've seen the bails hit a couple of times today. Yeah, Harry Kumar gets himself in a bit of a tangle there. Can't catch up with it. Someone's got to play a good innings when it comes down to it. Maybe it can be Apurv Mishra. We seen him do it with the ball before.
It's well bowled, but once again, see, they're not helping themselves. What you see is the batters, they're moving away, moving down the leg side, and therefore they're taking themselves out of position of playing a shot. See when he ends up there.
It's not great footwork. Did take off a bit though from Faizan Rahman.
Carves this one towards the point area. And this time, it's a rare misfield from a man who's been very good out there, who's there. And now they're asking the question, and well, they're going upstairs. Uzair does make the misfield, but has he recovered enough to get a wicket?
There's a slight Tortuga to Uzair, and then he whistles it in. This is pretty close, you know. This is real line ball. I don't think it's the greatest bat slide. Here it comes, and oh, I think he's gone. For me, that's enough to say he's out. What a really good piece of keeping as well from Hussain. And so he won't believe it, Mishra, but he's going to be out here. And there it is. So the fumble from Uzair doesn't get away far enough to allow a second run. And a poor Mishra is going to have to go. Fantastic work from our crew at Sprint Productions as well. LRS working. And nothing really working for Pleven at the moment. Have a look. He then gets up and gets in a good position to actually get a fair bit on the throw. And you see the way he didn't really stretch when he was sliding his bat. It's kind of felt like he could have stretched a bit further. If he had, he probably gets home. Instead, he's the 5th wicket to fall, and it's 35 for 5.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate one. It's another unfortunately for the batter. And you're right, he just needed to stretch. But also well done to Uzair. It wasn't the easiest one to stop. We were commenting on him in the field. He throws himself around, and even though he didn't pick it up cleanly, he knew that he was in danger of giving a run away, but he still throws the ball in hard. Good throw, gets the wicket. Run straight away. But again, singles are a win at the moment for Plovdiv. There's boundaries that are required here because not only are they falling short and that rate going up all the time, they're also losing wickets. End of the over. And it's 36 for 5.
Yeah, I think that might have actually hit the handle of the bat of Zagam, but he's off the mark. So, yeah, only 3 bowlers used. So here's the other thing. They're going to have to find 2 more bowlers to bowl. And, again, they've used a try up front. So, I've got Uzair. He just pulled off that run out. He's going to bowl the 7th right here. They just need a good over. Just creeping away from them, especially with 2 fairly new batters at the crease. Mohammed is there. He'll be hoping we can have another tight one. This is where you need some double-digit overs. If not, game can get away from you real quick. Yeah, just using that natural angle. Well, it's not. I actually think it's unnatural angle because he's creating it. Just getting a little bit of a word about making sure he runs off the right-hand side of the pitch if he wants to bowl from over there. Sensible. Not a good ball. Again, not punished. I think this is just a sign for me, Rico, that the batters, they're short of batting because this is the sort of ball, if you're proactive as a batter, you spot that full toss and you really get a good swing on it. The amount of kind of half swings we've seen or kind of non-committal shots, tentative shots.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it's, in summary, it's batters that are batting early in the season, haven't got the confidence, haven't really got into the flow, and we'll see that change for sure. And I think as we get through, sort of midway through this series, we're going to see some big scores. I'm pretty confident of that. See 150 already today, and that was scored by Kevin D'Souza.
that's good innings.
I've also seen a hat-trick today, don't forget that. It's an amazing bit of bowling from Waleed Khan in the same match. And, well, this goes up in the air, and the fielder says, leave it to me. And the bowler says, why did I listen to you? मैं तेरी गल करने सुनी सी, मेरी wicket थी, मैं bowling की है, मैं क्या मेरी तू क्या तेरी थल्ले छड़ देता.
Well, Makhdoomie's done some good things today. This isn't one of them. And they could have raffled it. Lucky number 18, a little bit unlucky. Does everything right there, except catch it. So that will just be a higher single. 2 to come.
Take one here, and everybody just shouting all different things to each other. Some saying have a go, some saying hold it. In the end, they decide to hold it. Yeah, that's not a moment that the fielder, Makhdoomie, you want to watch again.
They've been pretty good in the field on the whole. But yeah, that one just had too much time to think about what it would look like if he dropped it.
He was doomed. And this one goes straight through. And again, it's all about confidence and shot selection, isn't it? I mean, that one normally sort of down the leg side, you'd whip that away.
So 39 for 5 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, well, we do have confirmation, the actual fixtures in match 5 and 6. It will be Sofia versus Plovdiv in the morning session. Pleven 11 taking on Indo-Bulgarian, the reigning champs, in matches 7 and 8. Blacksmiths have a day off so they can observe. And it all starts again tomorrow, 6 o'clock a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 a.m. in India. It's 1 hour earlier than usual. That's because we've gone to a different time zone, so we're still starting at 9 o'clock local. But we have gone a little bit east. And there's a lot of charm about Bulgaria, isn't there? It's certainly different to a lot of the other places we go.
There is definitely a lot of charm about Bulgaria, and if you're a man, even more so, because they do say that in Bulgaria you have the most beautiful women in Europe.
I do remember that from last year, and it was certainly something. Just being here for a week, I wouldn't disagree with it. But we're going to go on. Now Sri Kumar's going to get a bowl. It's not a bad guy to be able to bring in.
Yeah, once again, it's that sort of delivery which is just short, and it's short enough for you to rock back and play the pull shot or the hook shot. But you see batters trying to walk, they're giving themselves, they're going down the leg side and just trying to plant on the onside.
And it hasn't been working all day when batters have tried it. Here's Sri Kumar.
Chance, and it goes down, and not for the second time, not for the first time, I should say, today. You see the fielder throwing himself at it, and he's not able to hold on to it.
This was always carrying to Sufyan. He didn't have to rush in. I think he could almost stand still, catch that about waist high.
He's done that twice today. He did it in the first match as well, diving forward.
Runs like a bull at a red rag at that, doesn't he? And that's why he's not set in a good position to catch it. Yeah, I think, come back to the batting in a second. So we're going to miss. Yeah, that kind of a shot. I mean, especially now when you need to proactively be looking for boundaries. Just the footwork hasn't been right to open up the leg side. You need to, once you think you've got the length to be able to pull to the leg side, you have to get the feet across outside the off stump. Otherwise, you end up kind of flat-footed like that, not getting a lot going. Now they want to go for 2, but he slipped over, but then 3 fielders have slipped over. The ball eventually comes in. And there's 2 runs, even though that ball never really goes more than 25 yards from the bat. And he throws it, but to who? No one knows, because he slips, but then he throws it back to the bowler, but he was the bowler.
How did he get to there?
Who did he think? How did he think that was going to work out? Anyway, good to see 3 fielders going for the ball. Jeez, gotta love first days of a new tournament, especially if it's first day of the season.
This is going to be pretty close for me. It's a shake of the head from the umpire, and now they go to square leg. Square leg is, well, I think he's going to.
I think
this is the third.
I think he's outside. I think he's outside the line first up, just there, just. But then we'll have a look at the run out. Just gets down in time, I think. Again, not the greatest sliding of the bat. Pretty close, but he'll survive.
Yeah, just makes it there.
But again, lack of boundaries has been the issue, hasn't it? And what if I told you that last boundaries was off the second ball of the second over, Rico? It tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first, in fairness, the first innings from Plovdiv was the same. It went to wait and age for the boundary, and that came courtesy of a misfield.
Wide, that'll help a little bit. But they're going to need a massive last couple of overs if they're going to get close to this. The game's just slipped away. It's very hard when you don't hit boundaries for the majority of the innings.
This one has been called a wide. I thought could have been interesting on the hard.
Yeah, it's an interesting call because it does come back a bit. That's wide though.
Yeah, it's right
pitched on the line.
There.
Had to be a wide. Yeah, but remember the first innings, how they pretty much went 7 overs without a boundary. See, probably 1 here. Well, they pushed for 2. Field almost goaded them to take 2. Well, they haven't got the program here at all. And Siva Kumar, he keeps running just so he can get closer to Zagan Butt to maybe just remind him that the agreement was we're coming back for 2, but it will be a run out. And it will be Siva Kumar, that's the man that has to go. So things going from bad to worse for Pleven, who lose a wicket off the last ball of the 8th, 47 for 6. But you see here, he runs, and even when he knew he wasn't going to get back, He wants to continue the conversation. Unfortunately, it'll be a one-way ticket off the field for Ziva Kumar. And so, yeah, 47 for 6.
Yeah, it's another soft dismissal, though. I mean, none of the batters here really have got started. Only Kadran really made any inroads. But all the others, they're just not with it. And you just think it's so different. You expected them, if they batted the same way they did in the first match between these two, that they would have been favourites. They would have been pretty comfortable to get this victory. But they've, well, fallen apart. And I think a lot of it's been their all undoing as well.
Because in the first innings, I should say, there was 6.5 overs without a boundary. Right now, that's 6.4 overs without a boundary. So
yeah.
2 really barren streaks. Very dry spells, which is going to hurt when you're trying to put a decent total on the board. This will be Muhammad Aham who's facing up. The run out was at the non-striker's end, so the new batter is facing up because it is the change of over. 9th over coming up. Uzair will bowl it. They've managed their bowlers pretty well. They decided to bowl 3 bowlers in the first 6 and closing out with 2 bowlers bowling in tandem, including Uzair. 33 off 12. It's going to be real tough. It's just so hard to see a flurry of boundaries coming when there haven't been one. Well, you'd think that in the first innings, 6.5 overs without a boundary, that's gonna do it. But if that's 6.5 overs now without a boundary, if they go one more ball without a boundary here, that's even longer.
It's Butt on strike, and he's going to less than 1 a ball, so you can't really see anything major happening from him. Interesting the field, the way it's been changed here. This is played out. It's still going to be another single. Yeah, they bought, well, they're going for 2 here.
Oh, no.
And it's going to be, well, I think has he given him out, or is he saying third umpire? I think he's after the third. I think he may have just made this.
I think he's home, but he would have been home by more if he hadn't have run into his partner on the second run. Just watch this. For some reason, Butt decides to take this one. I think he's just home. But for some reason, Zargan Butt decides to go to the other side of the pitch. I don't think he told Aham about it. They got in a bit of a tangle, but it'll be not out. And we'll continue. 2 runs to the score. 50 now up for Pleasant. But it does look like they're going to fall a little bit short in this chase.
Yeah, certainly is. Now, what I was talking about the field was they were bringing the fielders in on the leg side. You think, well, singles are not an issue. Well, just leave them back. Pitched up, and more miscommunication between the batters.
Bit of the hokey pokey about this, isn't there? There's 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I didn't know what to do here. Because by then, Ahmed on strikers end had already gone back to live action.
And bowled him. And again, another one that hits the top of the stumps. And it's good bowling. And you've got to, I suppose, feel a little bit for the batters here, because they're really trying to score runs, trying to get themselves out of a sticky position. Need big runs. And well, but he's walking back pretty slowly because he knows that, Sivakuma is probably waiting to have a conversation with him.
Oh, look, it's going to happen, isn't it? And they haven't been able to do it in boundary, so they've had to try and push with the running. And Kajam with 13 in this innings opening up, but nobody else has reached double figures. Zargan Butt goes close, making 8. But he used up 11 balls for those 8. So, yeah, some good defensive bowling as well, I have to say, from Plovdiv. I think a lot of the time they've got the ball in good areas, and the batters haven't had the answers this afternoon.
Good first up delivery was there, full, straight, making the batter play. Oh, wow, this is just suicidal. Well, this is suicidal. Well, it was there. He does hit the stumps and knocks the bails off, but he doesn't have the ball in his hand. Oh, wow, this was just crazy running. Can't believe it.
Yeah, ball never hits the stumps at all. Thought maybe it flicked it on the way past. It's yeah, it's a funny old game, this one in Bulgaria. And who's there? He will get to bowl his last ball. It's only gone for 8. A few smiles on Simon Hussein's faces. I think he knows they've done enough now. And, still adjusting his field.
Go boy.
So Mohammed tries to get one underneath. This one doesn't. It finishes with a dot. So a good spell of bowling from Zia. Picks up 1 wicket. Only concedes 9 runs of his 2 overs. Score 52 for 7.
Quick hello to Neil, who's in the chat. Hort Moon, how are you? Said, how do I feel about the hokey cokey? Well, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure when I grew up, we called it the hokey pokey. Maybe that's an Australian thing, or maybe I just heard it wrong. Any other Australians in the chat? Let me know.
Certainly
I thought it was the hokey pokey.
Hokey cokey for me. You're thinking about something else.
Doesn't sound right.
You're thinking about the adult version.
And Neville saying he's sitting in the lounge room with the ceiling fan on medium, wearing shorts and singlet with a cold beer, temperature 23 degrees. Well, I think I speak for all of us, Neville, here when I say, well, you can have a lovely evening. So,
My ears are burning.
going to the last over of the day. Get my hot water bottle ready. And it's going to be Sri Kumar to bowl it. This one keeps down. You do like this pitch, and I remember this from last year, Rico, that there's a bit of variable bounce in it. You've seen a couple taking off, a couple shooting through, and that's what you'd expect on a natural turf pitch. I always like it when artificial pitches have something in it for the bowlers.
Yeah.
Especially if you hit that seam.
Single run here. I'm just looking to my right here. I mean, the views of the mountains right now are absolutely sensational. It's with the clouds, the snow, and if you think we're joking about the snow, well, if you have a look at the top of these mountains, they are covered in snow, and I'm pretty sure that there's been a fresh coating of snow on them as well. So
yeah,
that might be something to come tonight, Vinny. Sri Kumar, this one will be called a wide.
Oh, here we go. A bit of Googling. Hokey pokey, that's more the American style. And so that's what I've learnt. The US style hokey pokey. Maybe watching too much Sesame Street. So I didn't make it up.
Down to ground.
Talking about the big issues in the last over of the day. Oh, here we go.
Oh dear. Well, somebody's going to be out on one end. Going upstairs again.
It's an accidental throw to the keeper. As he goes to the bowler, he lets it go. And Simon Hussain was pretty quick to get the bails off. I think it might be on the slide.
Well, talk about a slider beat. He throws it on the slide. And have a look at this. It misses this end, and the bowler just allows it to go. So I don't want it.
I think he misses him the first time. Look, miss. Oh, go back one.
Well,
I think
the bails are off here. I mean, he's caught the bails with something, hasn't he?
I think he swings and misses at them. We'll slow this down. When the ball about from now, I don't think you can give that out. I think he'll survive. Too much doubt for me there. He does definitely take an air swing. Do you think he maybe flicks them off?
I think he just flicks it. The bail just pops up.
I don't think he does enough to dislodge the bail there. Just looking at it from front on.
Have a look at the bail when the bail comes
here.
off. There goes the bail, you see.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I don't know. It's pretty unclear whether it's removed from the stumps. You could make a determination either way there. I think that's for everyone's. Yeah, let's go, says Tyrone.
Yeah. Tell me something, Tyrone says. I think should we say it's okay? I think maybe that's one of those that it could have been just the forearm of Simon Hussain which knocked it first time, which is why he then tried to do it the second time round.
Oh, they're going to give it out now. So they must have saw what you saw.
Well, there you go. It was very, very close, and sometimes we say, well, they're that close, and maybe you have to give benefit of the doubt. But there's others that say there should be no such thing.
Yeah, you see, he knocks the stump. I'm still not. Yeah, I suppose it does.
Yeah.
Look at this. The first time he swipes at the stumps, does the bail come off? See, the first time. It is here.
Yeah, keep an eye on it. There's the bail's just coming off there, you see, up.
Yeah, tight one to give on that evidence, but
very, very tight.
Umpire's call.
Yeah.
All right, let's move ahead and quickly. So, 56 for 7. Swing and a miss. That's a good spot by you as well. I suppose from side on as well, you couldn't really get a good idea of how far that bail moved. But you did certainly saw him flick the stump the first time.
Oh, he's... you know what? I didn't think this was going to be given because where the bowler was. Have a look at this again. Have a look at this again. I thought the bowler was right in his way.
Well, this will be good.
It was plumb for me, but I think the bowler was in the way. Have a look at this.
Yeah, this will be a really good replay. Have a look here. Sri Kumar.
Look, this, I don't know how he gave that.
He said, well, I saw that it was going to hit the stumps.
Well.
But Tyrone's umpiring so well, he's getting them right even when he can't even see the ball. So I think...
That's a crazy call for me. But
I think he's wanting clarification from the third official to make sure he hasn't made a clanger.
Well, I mean...
I think it's out.
It's definitely out. I think for him to give it is amazing.
Yeah. He is obviously a ball tracking machine, Tyrone. But this is the lesson there for Sri Kumar is get out the umpire's way. Tyrone, you don't need Hawkeye anymore because as soon as that ball left the bowler's hand, Tyrone knew that was pitching middle and hitting middle. And well, that will just extend our time out here by a couple more minutes. And look, Awoken Nightmare, who is in the USA, saying hokey pokey. It is hokey pokey in the US, unless we're talking about something completely different. So there you go. Probably one of the longer last overs we've had, Rico, at the moment.
It's a lot going on here, isn't there? And all sorts of things. We've had the run out. We've had that wicket here now as well. And, well, once again, a very big thank you to everybody. Certainly, if you're going to disappear a little bit early for joining us here today, that will be a while as this over continues. It's always a pleasure. It's great to be back as well. Great to be back in the box with you as well. So if you are shooting off early, before we do our sort of rundown, have a lovely evening or a lovely morning or whatever time of day it is, wherever you are.
Hope to see you again tomorrow. So another wide. Has someone got a stopwatch on this last over? So Sri Kumar.
He's enjoying himself too much.
Has been learning his lesson.
He just
Where
wants
does he
to
go
keep
this time?
bowling.
Look, he's still running straight in front of Tyrone. Hey, Sri, run off to the right this time.
I'm going to no ball.
Here we go. Last ball coming up.
Here you go, no ball. He can't be there.
This is why I'm serious.
Tyrone, he can't be there. Tell him to move the other side.
No, he's got one more ball to get out of there. This should be a no ball if you run the wrong way. I think you no ball someone from here. Okay,
he's coming over
here
the
we
wicket.
go. Thank you. That's another wide. So he can't finish it. It was. grabs a bit of that line. And just have a look here. Yep. No. Anytime now. The last ball of day one.
He's going to finish with a stumping, and they're going to be all out.
Unless he's in front of the stumps here, Simon Hussain, in which case we're all going to sit down again. We'll have a look at this on the replay. Looks like they're going to finish all out. Ooh, wasn't far away, but I think he's all right. So this will be the end of the day's play. They're going to finish 59 all out. And look, thanks again for your company, no matter where you're watching from today, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Thanks to all of our chatters as well for keeping things very, very interesting for us. To Edith and to Neil, to Ghani, to Neville, and everybody else. Hopefully you join us again because we have more cricket coming your way. Starting again tomorrow, 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 a.m. in India. Slightly earlier time this series. And I guess we'll have to see what's in the forecast. I know we had a bit of snow today. We just don't really know what to expect with the weather. So tomorrow we're expecting 11 degrees maximum, which is cool.
Heat wave.
80% chance of snow as well. So stay tuned. It's Bulgaria. I don't know, they talk about the Wild West, about the East. I'm telling you what, it's a pretty interesting place to go as well. As we saw Pleven trying to break their losing streak. That one went into the vortex. They needed some runs early. That was a nice one from Kadyan, who batted through the first match today. But ultimately, he wouldn't last too long. He was caught behind after a fairly loud appeal. And Kadyan had his marching orders, and the wicket started to tumble. In fact, no other batter would reach double figures in this chase. And Plovdiv, they'll be happy. They've won 2 of their first 2.
Yeah, Plovdiv, they just kept plugging away. But that for me tells you the story. That Uzair out there, he was sensational. Did really good work. He made some good stops. And I think when you haven't got too many runs on the board, fielding is everything. You've got to be at your best. And that's exactly what they did. And the bowlers also, they bowled a good line, wicket to wicket. That one shattered the bails. And this was great work. He was marvellous out there. That was the first error he made. But how quick he was to make up for it. Got the throw in quickly. And got the run out. And good work, as you said at the time, from Saim Hussain as well. Very good behind the stumps. And he leads the team so well as well. That one was a clanger. Should have had that. A bit of a dolly goes down. But it weren't to cost him in the end. With this one, well, this was going to cost a few drinks.
I missed Zargan, but pointing with his bat about where he should run back to. And he said, well, I respectfully disagree. The stumps were damaged a few times. This is one eventually got given out. Yeah, I think you're right. See, that bail does fall first. That's good stuff by the third official. And this one, it was, well, maybe
a good spot.
Just maybe Sri Kumar's parents were glassmakers, because obviously Tyrone could see straight through him there. And he did get rewarded after bowling 6 or 7 or 17 wides with a wicket last ball of the day. And so it will be the 10th wicket to fall. In fact, they were bowled out off the very last ball. Medical University, Plevin, you see there, Kadyam with 13, but nobody else was able to crack double digits. And ultimately, they would only get to 59, just 20 short of the target, or 20 short of the total of MU Plovdiv in the first half of match 4. 11 wides in there. A lot of them came at the end. Got to say, Saim Hussain had a pretty good day with the gloves there. He created some wickets.
Yeah.
I do think, he can afford to take a few more risks earlier, calculated risks. Look, have a look at that. Full house 7s over 4s in the economy rate. That's a sign that no one really went the journey. 3 bowlers went for 14. 2 bowlers went for 8. 2 wickets each to Achaya and Sri Kumar, and Rehman Khan and Uzair with 1 each. So it does bring us to the end of the day. And you'll see the confirmation of the result of match 4. It is Plovdiv 79 to Plevin 59. Let's just take this final opportunity to thank you for joining us. We really do love that you've settled into a new tournament. Great to see some familiar faces, Rico, and a few new ones as well.
Yeah, very much so.
Well, it'll be remembered for a lot of things, but I think the fact that ultimately I think it was the coldest day in temperature only. Having said that, I think we've had more uncomfortable days with rain and with high winds and stuff like that. So it's just the cold. A bit like being in a fridge, not going to lie. But credit to all the players out there. They put on a great show for us.
Yeah, well done, everybody. I think, that's the main thing. And the thing about it is that, they were all here early. They all wanted to play. You know, they were out there doing their bit, get the ground sorted in the morning. And the main thing was they said, we just want to play.
Yeah.
They were, well, it's quite interesting enough. A few days ago, they were training, and this is the truth. They were training and having a warm up in the nets when it was about 28, 30 degrees. And when it come to playtime, it was 2 degrees.
Also, the first time I think we've had snow at the ground on a play day. So, look, it was super interesting. But that's what you're going to get, the FanCode European Cricket Series. Cricket like nothing else you'll see on the planet. Thanks again to everyone from Bulgarian Cricket for their help in setting this up, to all the Blue crew, to obviously the officials. A good first day for them as well. So I think they did a pretty good job under the circumstances, to the players. And most of all, to you guys, the viewers, thanks so much for your company and for making our day so interesting, to everyone that contributed in the live chat, and also to our lurkers who might still be lurking around. Thanks again. Hopefully we see you tomorrow. Rico, good to have you back. And well, it's going to be great to spend the next 2 weeks with you through Bulgaria, then into Romania, before, of course, Rhino will cover me when you head to Sweden for those first 2 weeks. But for now, from the European Cricket Network and everyone at the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Rain, hail, snow, or shine, because day 2 is on the way here in Bulgaria. Thanks again for your company. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Adios.
Hello and welcome back to the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy here in Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria. It's opening day of a brand new FanCode European Cricket Series. We already have one match that has been completed. It was Academic MU Sofia getting over the Blacksmiths in a reduced 5-over contest. We are back to the 10 overs this time. Academic MU Sofia, they've won the toss in match 2. They will be batting first. And let's see, we have the same top 3. Rasul, De Silva and De Souza. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Joining me for this series after a bit of a break. It's good to hear his voice again, Rico Full. And Rico, certainly saw an entertaining first game and not the easiest conditions for cricket. And hopefully we see some more entertainment in the second.
Yeah, it's lovely to be back and back in Bulgaria as well. At this fantastic National Sports Academy ground. And yeah, we've seen the team, the Blacksmiths, making their debut. And it's always going to be difficult when you're playing the Medical University of Sofia. They're a strong team, an established team. They've got some good star players. And they found in that first match, a shortened match. It was a 5-over innings per side. And it was the Medical University of Sofia who were victorious by 29 runs in the end. They put 59 on the board, thanks mainly to these two, the same two openers. Omar Rasul, he made a fine 21 on just 14 deliveries, and he was supported well by Ishan De Silva, 43. The two of them put on together, and they'll be hoping to do more of the same here. So they want to break this partnership pretty early, the Blacksmiths, and if they can do that, then they can really get some of the batters in that haven't been out there yet, haven't played, and try and keep the score down. They got to 59 or 5 overs, so based on that, I think 110, 120 would be the sort of score they'd be looking at here. But and we have seen already, especially on the offside, the outfield is pretty quick, so if you find the gaps, it will race away, and we know that that vortex there towards the third man area, anything that's angled in towards that area goes pretty quick, and can be a little bit bubbly as well, this outfield. And starting with the ball is going to be the experienced Mr. Evergreen there. They do say old is gold. Well, Mohammed Fire he was able to, he bowled pretty well. He batted well as well, though looked a bit rusty. What can he do here at the start of this, the second match? And starts well, right on the money straight away. Looking to get to the other end pretty quickly. So go back to the 10 overs per side. 3-over power play.
Yeah, no more 5-over fiesta. Hopefully not anyway. So yeah, let's see what Fires can do. He's a key player for the Blacksmiths, who are on ECN debut today.
And goes big, and it could go all the way. It does. Kinna Sona Shakalagia.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. Takes it outside. Takes it from outside the off stump and able to stroke it away. Good batting.
Yeah, very powerful shot, and just showing his class again. Rasul has something to think about. Probably won't want to be pitching this one up. Oh, he goes outside the office opportunity, and he's taken another fine catch. So it's 6 and out, and that's a really good catch there from Jakub Gol. Does really well, keeps his eye on it. And again, another one that's taken away from the body. Makes it look easy, but that was not easy, Vinny.
Yeah, catches win matches, and that is so true today because of the conditions. They're up to 4 degrees, but not easy. That's one on the run. And Jakub Gol, he takes it. Makes it look easy as well. So they've taken a couple of good ones this morning, the Blacksmiths. And a handy wicket to get. And Rasul 6 and out, 6 for 1. This will bring the dangerous Kevin De Souza to the crease at number 3.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. He was looking dangerous, goes for the big hit first. And that one there, I think he went more for placement than power. I think he was confident he was able to chip it over the infield, the inner circle. But, well, he wasn't expecting Gul to pick that one up. He does, takes a fine catch, and well, the Blacksmiths looking to bounce back, team on debut.
First wicket for Fires in the series as well. So here he is again, first one to the new batter, worked away for a single. No, I think it's a single. Right. I don't know if that's a fake fumble, but still will just be the one. That's Kasarski, the captain.
Always pays to be backing up, and
Yep.
credit to the fielder there. And I think that's my man Tayoub. Keeps it to 1. So Ishan fakes his first delivery. Fires. It's a good delivery. Could be another catch. Oh, just dropping short. It was almost there. It's another one that doesn't really get to the pitch off. Slices this. And just dropping short of the fielders. And you can see Fires just using his body language to signal to both those men. Look, guys, should be walking in. Maybe if you were, you could have had him. Hard taskmaster Fires. And he comes again. That's well bowled. And a risky little shot here. Sort of swivels this round towards the onside. And wasn't really quite there for that shot. Would have been going for straight, but it is the end of the over and it's a good one. So Mohammed Fayez gets the important wicket of Rasool. And the score 8 for 1.
Yeah, so a draw first over. I think it's always handy to get those early wickets. We know that some teams struggle a bit outside the top 3 or 4. So one thing that's I find quite amazing about this field is that it has taken a fair bit of rain overnight. Not so much rain this morning, but still super fast.
Yeah.
It's still running away pretty fast, given the circumstances. Maybe now we know that snow quickens up an outfield because we have had a little bit of snow this morning. I have played cricket on ice, and those outfields are ridiculous once it gets on that. Anyway, here's Armadale for over number 2.
Nice pitched up delivery, but nice shot there. Makes it out through the point area, gets 2 runs, good bit of running.
That's clever running from De Silva, who spots that it's knocked away by Kasarski. And see, it just gets away from that fielder. So he runs the first one hard and decides to take one on the arm. So good stuff.
That's that bit of a way swing again from Armadale, but met well, firmly struck. Shouldn't get a boundary, but he does. Well, that was a real mix-up from the man who took a fine catch. Well, he's good when the ball's in the air, good, but when he's along the deck, he don't know what to do with it.
He's tripped over as he's gone to use the foot, and he's almost booted this faster across the boundary. Just watch this. He wants to get the foot in front of the ball. There's a little stumble about here. And let's just say it didn't quite go to plan. At least doesn't step on it. But you see what I'm saying there? I mean, that's the longest boundary on the ground. That extra cover. Still runs away for 4.
Oh, and this will be 4 byes probably. It goes right over the stumps. And, well, there'll be disappointment. Armadale can't believe it. First, you get 4 runs on the bat, which the fielder should have stopped. And this one, well, the keeper's got to stop this.
You see, Patel is just assuming this is going to hit the stumps or something. It doesn't. I hope he paid his admission price because he's a spectator there. And, yeah, that's one of the early lessons of keeping. You need to always pretend the batter's not there, pretend the stumps aren't there, just cover the line of the ball.
I think he pretended he wasn't there because he just didn't want to know.
He looks more ready this time.
This one, well, this doesn't get up at all. Well, sometimes life is hard.
Good fielding.
This one doesn't get off the deck.
He does everything right now, Dave Patel. Does try and get down, but it just sneaks through the legs. Leaves a little mouse hole open. That's good fielding, though, from the man backing up. Tayoub.
Yeah.
He's impressed me with his energy down there.
He certainly has, isn't he? It's a difficult part of the ground. This one's over pitched, and it's they take one again, not cleanly picked up.
Yeah, so this is something that we talked about, and it's a slight change in the interpretation of these. Okay, so the wording was over waist height. But from this tournament onwards, it's waist height or above.
Yeah.
Waist height or above. And the wording in the playing conditions is that if either umpire is not absolutely sure that it's not below waist height, then it should be a no ball.
And it is, and it's a free hit. And it's well bowled in the end, pitched right up by Armadale into the block hole, and no run from it. So he recovers well from it. Yeah, I like that rule. I must admit, because I think we both say, don't we, that especially the quicker bowlers, you shouldn't be bowling that anyway.
No, you shouldn't. I think it's just a subtle thing, but I think it also kind of puts the onus on the bowlers to make sure it's clearly below the waist height. And it also means, you know, when the batter's slightly over his crease, if the umpire's not absolutely sure, they're going to call it. So it's just kind of formalising the way that already it was interpreted, I think.
And got him. And he's sort of made room to play. He's sort of gone down the leg side, and I think he's taken himself away from it. He's missed it.
This one just flicks the very top of the stumps and then crashes into the keeper's foot. And that's another replay we'll see in a second. But I thought for a second it was going to get over. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Does back away. See, actually just destroys the bail. The bail's still going to the right of screen. And so it literally hits the bail off the stumps and straight into the keeper's instep. Watch that bail fly. So talk about minimising the damage to the stumps. He does, but it will be a second wicket and a pretty bright start here by Blacksmiths now, 21 for 2.
Yeah, that's good work. I mean, the batter moving away will not be happy with the shot he played at all. And Ishan De Silva, if he'd stayed in his ground, he would have been hitting that towards the leg side. But he goes, well done, to the bowler again. So Amadal gets another wicket. So he's having a fine morning in the field.
Yeah, well done to the Blacksmiths so far. Their road to victory is simple. Take early wickets and get it down to something maybe in the 80 region or something like that. And then hope that their batters fire. And look, Fayaz had a very limited amount of time to impact the game, but he was getting better as that first innings went on, but he only had the 5 overs to do so. He is certainly somebody that can take them to victory. And also, we didn't see too much of Amadel at the top of the order. We might see him up there again. Or maybe Aswad Khan. I've got the captain also as an option, Ivala Katsarski. Is Fayaz coming back for a second over? And he will be bowling to Kevin D'Souza. Chuktai is the new batter. Sneak through for one here.
Yeah, nice work. Good bit of movement there again from Fayaz. Just getting the ball to do a bit. Got this one to nip back a little bit.
A little bit of something on that, so you will get credit for the run. Tyrone Peters is out there, the marathon man, we've been calling him. He's done something like 8 weeks in a row. But he's been umpiring really well. Pioneer of the limited review system signal, which has been very popular as well. Of course, there is some technology available for things like line decisions particularly. We even saw him experimenting with another signal in the Netherlands on the weekend, making the L. But I think it's great. Something that's always been improving, hasn't it?
But an out to the batter, was it?
What's that?
An out to the batter.
To the chorus, yeah.
Fires now, he's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. And it's Zirak Shugati, who's out there now. And dropping the mid-wicket back, so he's the only man out on the leg side. No real sort of fine leg in place. Got a man on the 45. It's well bowled. Tucks him up a little.
You told me something between the games that I found super hard to believe.
What's that?
And that it was 32 degrees here when they were practicing last week. Is that serious?
It's correct. I actually, because I weren't sure that my source was pulling my leg, I asked one or two of the players, and it is. They were out here a couple of days ago, some of these players, they were having a net, and it was 32 degrees.
That's crazy.
And this morning we had snow. It was a bit of snow and sleet in the air. And well, I have to say, certainly on the European Cricket Network, it's the first time that I've been at the ground where there's been snow.
I'm told we might have a bit of an issue on YouTube with the connection, so try and keep you up to date in the chat as well. If you're not hearing me, this next one will be one out to deep point. So this will give me something to do while I'm commentating, but yeah, I mean, of course, had a bit of an issue the other day where we lost the chatters for about 15 minutes, and well, we really missed them. So we don't want to have too many issues like that.
Once again, Fires just wanted his field.
We might have an issue here because of the connection. So we might have a little bit of a delay here. So it gives us a chance. If you can hear us, it's Vinny Sandu here. Mr. Maximo alongside me is Rico Full. Good to have you back, Rico.
Great to be back.
I mean, some memories from Bulgaria. Of course, for me, the Golden Ball game with Barbarians last year was one of my favourites. We don't have Barbarians this time around, but we will see a few of those players playing for Blacksmiths, I think a bit later in the week.
Yeah.
A bit earlier in the in Bulgaria this year. The other thing I probably remember from last year is you saying that, you seeing a black cloud in the distance saying it might be a little bit of rain, but I think you'll be okay. And then 5 minutes later, it was probably one of the heaviest showers of the year.
Yeah.
And you were absolutely soaked.
Yeah, well, you abandoned me.
Yeah, I
you
was
just
gone.
packed up your gear and you were out of here.
I came back up to do the first over, and then by one ball, I packed up all my stuff and I was undercover, so you're on your own. But yeah, it's sorry that if the stream has gone down at the moment, they'll be working on that as quick as we can. Let's tell us a bit more about your reflections on the ECL, maybe. Of course, Indo-Bulgarian, who we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah.
They were competing in the ECL, and of course we saw them in Group B. But there's a lot going on, isn't there? And Paco Care, of course, Badalona ended up taking that out. So
Yeah.
it was a huge tournament.
Yeah, it's a huge tournament. And you know one thing, and we touched on it sort of towards the end of the first match here, about how all of those teams and all of those federations involved now in European cricket have really got on board, not just with the men's game, but the juniors, the women's game. And it's so good to see that. And Bulgaria here is a very good example of that. I mean, we've seen that the men's cricket has really blossomed. There's so many teams here involved. But now I like the way that the federation is involved in taking the game to the schools. I know they did that last year. They started that program last year, taking cricket into 10 schools in total. That's been extended. You've got women's training happening there. And of course, we were in the Costa del Sol, and you're seeing a lot of stuff being done by them in terms of women's cricket and juniors cricket. It really is fantastic stuff. It is great how this whole community of European cricket is coming together and developing the sport, but not just in one format of the game, not just in the men's game, but the women's and the kids as well. It's great.
Yeah, it's been a game changer, hasn't it, over the last couple of years? I've seen the results with my own eyes. I think when we come here in Bulgaria, everything's being run a bit more professionally every time we're here. And I think we're going to see a really, really interesting 6 days of cricket. We'll be in Romania next week. It'd be good to see. Actually, Bucharest Gladiators, they won the playoff to get that 5th spot. So the 4 teams were set, and there was a playoff between 3 or 4 other sides in Romania who would get that 5th spot in the ECS last year, next week. And Bucharest Gladiators. So Pavel Florin, we will see him in Romania next week. And that was communicated yesterday because they won the playoff across the weekend in the T10 format. So I know that then we'll be moving across to Sweden, and I'll be stepping back for a couple of weeks, and Andrew Ryan will be coming to join you in Landskrona, who's formerly we called it Malmo, but it is actually in Landskrona with the blue pitch. And of course, we saw some really exciting things there last year, didn't we? With Safi from Gothenburg City. And so, yeah, it's a great opportunity. If you can hear us, can you let us know in the live chat, Eastern European Cricket Network, and we might just take you out to the middle right now. You can see that the players are just milling around, waiting for this stoppage. But we expect that it will be probably back on within a couple of minutes, hopefully. And the weather out there, it's no rain at the moment, which is good. I think we're almost ready to get going. So, it's good. If you did hear us, even if you didn't, the main thing is you didn't miss too much cricket, because right now the score is 24 for 2 of 2.4 overs. And it looks like we are ready to continue. Fires has 1 for 11. And this is Zirak Chuktai.
Chuktai Fateh, maybe.
Could be.
He wants the run, and he gets it. Get a single.
Well, we've also learned over the last couple of years, especially with an artificial track, that, okay, if it's a bit slippery, it's up to the players to kind of take those precautions. We can still get the cricket on. And, okay, for example, today, the bowlers just making the adjustments, I think, reducing their run so they don't have to run off the kind of quite slippery area. I think in other sports, you have to adapt to the conditions. I don't see how cricket should be any different. So, I see Fires here just coming off a couple of steps. Last ball of his spell.
Just over pitches, it ends up being a full toss, and that's well picked up. He sort of whips this away, and Davey disappointed Fires to end his spell. with a ball like this. It's a gundy ball and he gets put away. 4 runs, 4 carreras.
He gets good swing, but it kind of just swings into the pads of the batter with it being so full. It was an easy put away. So D'Souza gets a boundary into the power play, 29 for 2. And well, not a bad power play, I'd say. In those 3 overs, we saw Fires bowling 2 of them, didn't we? So just 8, 13 and 8 off the 3 overs. So a couple of breakthroughs. Let's see if Blacksmiths can get a couple more and hold MU Sevilla at bay through the middle.
You can see that in between overs, still working on the ball a fair bit.
Rahel
It's going
Khan.
a bit sticky.
Pardon me, Rico. Rahel Khan in the chat. Nice to see you. Captain of Albies Army. Asking if we're both coming to Stockholm. Yep, it'll be myself and Rico in Stockholm. That's the plan anyway. Looking forward to coming back to the capital.
Yeah, hello Rahel. Hope you're well, and I hope your family's well as well. Looking forward to seeing you in Stockholm, as well as all the other teams and players that will be involved there.
Hello to Woody in the chat as well, Jonathan Woodward. How did your final go yesterday, Woody? Let us know.
This will be a wide ball.
Playing for Madrid CC. Made the final of the Woody T20.
Yeah, the first time, I believe.
First time.
First time they got into the final.
I was travelling, so I'm unaware of the result, so maybe you can let us know if you'd like. Here is Amadel, who's also coming back for a second over. His first one went for 13.
Yeah, interesting they're leaving that sort of fine leg area open. Or are they? Maybe that's the change we're seeing here now. Yeah, we are. There you go. That makes sense, yeah.
I was going to say, the 13 of his over. 4 of them were buys, so you can't really blame him for those. So only 9 off his analysis. Here he is.
Oh, well, this one does a bit in the air, doesn't it? I think the beats him in the air.
He's off the toe and it's bounced over the stumps. It's a full toss. Just have a look at this. He hits it into the ground and bounces straight over the stumps. Otherwise, that's cleaning him up.
Yeah, he's very lucky here.
Well bowled, though.
This one out onto the offside through the covers. Gets a single. Picked up there by Mohamed Faiz.
I know it's freezing cold, but probably running between the wickets is one aspect. I think it's been a little bit poor this morning. Some have done it well, like Ishan De Silva, but he's gone because I think if you can run that first one hard, okay, you have to be careful turning, but there's a few 2s out here.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any pressure being applied on the fielders yet. I know it's early days, but that's one thing that teams will pick up on pretty quickly. Put pressure on the fielders because it's not the easiest off grounds to field on.
Temperature alert though, it's up to 4. It's gone up another degree, so that should make it a little bit easier.
And this is up and has well fielded well. He may have lost his cap, but he does keep hold of the ball.
That's why you keep a spare hat. One can fall off when he keeps one. He handles this really well, Mohamed Faiz. And last year, when the fielder was a bit harder, we'd see those kind of balls maybe flying over the head of the fielder. But yeah, really good stop.
Yeah, as well. Well, Jugatai has to get going here now.
2 long offs and no long on at the moment. Wide mid on in the circle. I know where I'd be going. I was batting, but doesn't get that kind of delivery. He has to jam down on it to point. So, I mean, they're just holding him at the moment. I think it'll be the key. The key to Blacksmith's success is can they make enough runs? I think they've shown enough in the field and with the ball that they're going to be competitive.
Souza. 9 of 7 deliveries so far. He's eyeing up a big shot here. See if he's able to execute it. Drops the bat onto it. I think he will get 4 here because it goes so quickly. Now that's the vortex as we call it. It's really well played. And, well, nobody's stopping that.
I mean, I thought maybe with a bit of dampness the vortex would be thwarted, but no, that ball just gained speed down. It's that top left quarter of the ground is so fast. That's just a push and still runs away for 4.
No chance at all. And I said it before, didn't I? Don't be surprised if, as this series goes on, you see 2 men patrolling that area. Because a lot of runs go down there. This is a full toss, should be called a no ball. It does, so whether the catch was taken or not would have been irrelevant.
Yeah, good block in the end.
Yeah, That's a single taken there. Good stop there by Khan. Does well, throws himself at it.
Yeah, so this one's clearly above. But again, slight change in the wording to that playing condition. It's now full tosses, waist high or above. So one's at the waist should be called. Free hit, last ball of the over.
And, well,
nobody there.
this is the gap you were talking about. They could go 3 here, but they're not really trying.
I would have thought you'd want to run faster to warm yourself up. End of the over then. It's 41 for 2.
Yeah, he's bowled well, Hamzai.
So, very, very warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. Now, question from Andrew Batchelor in the chat, saying, what is the temperature? Well, the temperature update is currently 4 degrees Celsius. Did start the day at 2 degrees, and we had to delay the first game for a number of reasons, mainly just some overnight rain. And we actually had some snow this morning, and when we were at the ground, it was snowing just a little bit. But the good news is we got the first game on, even though it was only 5.
If you don't believe us, catch the intro again, because you will see there's
in my intro. Just at the first toss, there was some snow. So that's exciting, isn't it?
Is that first? Is that first for you?
I'm rugged up. Yeah, I don't think I've seen snow in the ECS. Although I have played cricket on ice in pretty snowy conditions. It was -8. So really, compared to that tournament, it's pretty warm. But I've got to say credit to the players. I mean, they're so excited to be out there. Basically, the first match of the season for them, the first day of cricket for the season in Bulgaria. And we're just excited to be back with the FanCode European Cricket Series. And John Woodward with some nice news in the chat as well. I'll mention that in a second. First, Jacob Gould is going to bowl over number 5.
Yeah, he's bowled to D'Souza. D'Souza now, I think he needs to stop playing a few shots. And, well, this one is called a wide.
I'm going to say Woody said that Chris Munoz-Mills, the Spanish captain, won my signed shirt in the raffle. So thanks for the donation. And it raised over 500 euros more for the cricket equipment for the refugees in Lebanon.
Fantastic. That's great work.
That's really nice to hear. I know you do so much great work, Woody, with that tournament. And I'm really, really pleased. And he said, don't worry, Rico, in the next tournament, next week, your shirt will be going up. It's not like an auction. We don't have to get competitive.
Yeah.
But I know that big thank you to everyone there for getting behind that.
Yeah, it's good work. So
3 hits coming up. I think it was a field indiscretion. Unless it was off the pitch. I didn't actually catch where that one bounced.
I think it was a wide, but it ended up going
off the pitch.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about the call or the change of the call. It could have been that it bounced more than twice before it got.
Yeah, I missed the first ball because I was in the chat.
I think it was a bounce, actually.
This one will be a no ball for a double bounce. Anyway, it can't be easy for the wrist spinner, Jacob Gould. It's 2 degrees higher than it started the day. It was still pretty cold. Anyway, another free hit coming up. D'Souza on strike.
And it gets hold of this pretty well, and the fielder doesn't. It doesn't matter. It would not have been out. It was a free hit.
I don't know if Piaz realizes either. And now they're going to go for 2. And this would have been out. And it's backed up. Well, this is some proper ECS action. I mean, Piaz does make the block. He gets it on the full, and I think this one hurts him. Let's have a look here. Maybe off the end of the fingers. That's maybe one that I'm backing off and just trying to read on the bounce. Back to live action here. The next ball is just cut to point. Now the fielding is done by Adil Patel. They don't get a run.
Yeah, that's another good example there as well, why you got to take these runs on. The fielders, I mean, you can't blame them. They're struggling to stop the ball first time. You got to just go, get the runs on the board, put the pressure on. And this one will be, it's called a no ball. And again, I'm assuming this is again because it has bounced twice.
If it bounces twice before the crease, this is, let's see that read the second bounce. Yeah, I think it does just. So, another free hit coming up. Just got pitched up. That's better. Let's get through everybody. And they'll get a bye eventually. So, question from Liam Day in the chat, who's watching from New Zealand. Hello, Liam. Hope you're well. Asking is Saim Hussain back this year, and he is. He'll be back for MU Plovdiv, and we'll see them this afternoon. So, yeah, he's a pretty classy player, isn't he?
He's a great player. He really is, and he's certainly one to keep an eye on. Good. He got it right the last delivery. He actually got some flight on the ball. Just maybe He's into his rhythm here now, but he's got a bowl now to the left-hander.
Yeah, I mean, his line's been okay for the most part, but yeah, just dragging a few down. Just has to release the ball a little bit earlier. Again, over the wrist spin, it's one of the hardest things to do. One of the kind of skills in cricket.
No, it's another no ball. So once again, it's because of the bowler's asking the question why.
Gets a bit of bat on this in the end. So I was wondering, did he hit it before it bounced twice? Now, keeper's going to have a word to Jacob Gould. Yeah, have a look at this. Let's see at what point the ball is hit. That's one. Yeah, I think maybe there wasn't no bat. Maybe it was just the sound of the ball hitting the ground. See. Good Yorker.
It's in the air, and this time, well, Fayaz has just decided he's not going after this one. I think he thought this was further away from him than it was.
Yeah.
He needs to stop this one. I tell you what, if Fayaz was the bowler here, he would be shouting and screaming at himself because he's got to make it.
Fayaz has got walkabout there. He's pondering life's big questions. I know he's got that injured finger, but maybe needs to move out of that position if he's unable to do the job.
This is well hit, and shouts a shot from around the ground. It was a good shot. It's 4 more. And the acceleration that they needed, these two, is happening in this over, courtesy of it being a long over because of the number of no balls and extras that have come from it, and some pretty big hits as well. So all of a sudden, the Medical University of Sofia are on the way and looking strong.
There you go. The funny thing is, Jacob Gould could probably come back and bowl a second over and be fine. I think it's just taken a little bit of time to get the cobwebs out. Whether that happens or not, we'll find out. But at the end of 5, MU Sofia, 58 for 2.
Yeah, it's a question for you. So, Mohamed Fayaz, with that finger, would you want some free spray on that or not?
I think you don't need the cold spray today. Barry's in the chat. Hello, Baz. Hope you're well. Saying too cold to move. I know the feeling. I would suggest perhaps if he's struggling with that finger to move out of the position. But anyway, good to see you, Barry, as well as Selvakumar Murugasamy. A lot of people saying well done to us as well for being out here, but I think the players, they're the ones that really deserve the credit.
Yeah. I mean, they keep us warm, don't they, watching the players running around?
I just love seeing cricket in different conditions.
We need to have a vote. I'm going to start a vote on the chat. I'm going to have a vote.
Yep.
Okay. That how many people, or maybe this is what the robot can do, how many people, what's the vote on whether Vinny takes his jacket off or not?
That's not going to happen. I mean, look.
Come on, come on, ladies. I know you ladies on the chat. We want to see a bit more of Vinny. Jacket off, jacket off.
Well, then I'll have 6 layers on instead of 7. It's just this is a very warm jacket. I already showed him a pink shirt. You can see it in the intro to Game 3.
Omar Malik to come on to bowls. Halfway point, 58 for 2.
Promise.
What would you say?
I mean, above 30 or 40, I'll do one shirtless to make up for it. Okay. Here's Omar Malik, over number 6.
And this is coming your way, Vinny. Get ready, take it. Come on, you got it. Oh, Vinny, that was yours, buddy.
I had no idea what that was.
Vinny, as usual, is looking to protect the equipment. That's a nice shot, big hit, nicely done. Says Guridas straight down the ground.
The cube's not great for tracking those, but yeah, Maximo time, and that's the boundary I'd be attacking. And Kevin D'Souza actually hit one to me when we were up in the tower last year. It was Kevin D'Souza, I'm pretty sure, that whacked one straight when we were up 2 or 3 stories up. And that was a similar kind of shot. I did protect my laptop. That is the #1 priority in those emergency situations. Not going for the catches like Hollywood Corey.
What's the story with the catches? Has there been any more
I've banned
updates?
him trying to run out of the box because he generally takes most of the equipment with him, and the equipment explained it's worth more than it's worth more than his safety to be the equipment.
This is clever shot from D'Souza, and the fielder can't stop it. It's a really nice, delicate shot. You've seen that he's got the power, hasn't he, to hit down the ground, but he's also got the class as well. Just a little tickle on this, and well, glances it away for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. And again, that's not quite Vortex, but it's Vortex-like, isn't it, behind the wickets? And yeah, actually gets a fair bit of bat on this down leg side. That's good cricket. And yeah, they have just gotten away, haven't they? The last 3 overs has been 12, 17, and now this is 12, but still a couple of balls to go. Acceleration coming through the middle overs. We identified they're important overs for both teams.
A bit of an appeal. I'm not sure what they're appealing for
I think
here.
this thing is pad first. It did seem like it could be, to be honest, but I'm not sure if it satisfied the other criteria anyway. Have a look at this. Maybe not. I mean, there was some, I feel like there was a bit of pad somewhere along the line. There was 2 noises at least, but yeah, probably very optimistic shout in the end. Vinny FanCode wants the jacket off. Well, we'll think about it.
Juktai probably feeling that he's got to get a move on here, and it's either get going or let somebody else come in and get going. I think he's been out there long enough now to really just try and get the acceleration going. 8 of 10 deliveries. That's the end of the over. 72 for 2.
So 120 pace. And of course, we've had Corey FanCode, we've had Vinny FanCode, we even had ECN FanCode in the chat at some point. So we have enjoyed the interaction with all the fans. And yeah, I just think it's great to be back here in Bulgaria. Sally Rose saying, please don't, Vinny, regardless of the temperature. My eyes. Well, it is a pretty bright, fuchsia.
No, she's not talking about your shirt. She's talking about the bit when you said taking your shirt off.
Oh, I see. But it kind of does match the new Sophia kits this year, which look fantastic, by the way.
They do.
They've got the medical kind of insignia on the front, which I love. All right, here we go with Adil Patel. Gundy ball first up, but gets away with it as it just bangs on off the thigh of Juktai.
Yeah, this one should have been put away, and in the end it ends up being nothing. So Patel gets away with his loosener. And this is down the leg side. Now look, I know that if you, some of the players, they have like a towel behind them, and I think, well, that's the towel. When you look at these shirts again, with that white line, it's like, is that a go faster stripe on the back of the shirts?
Could be. There's a little jump from D'Souza on that one.
To the fielder.
To try and protect him. Yeah, it's got a little, like a speed stripe, doesn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah, because I thought for a moment, well, he's got, all of these players seem to have a towel down the back of their trousers, and then thought, well, that's not a towel at all, it's part of the shirt. Go. Patel, he's got his line now, and yeah, that's not a bad delivery. Sort of plays it across the line, has a bit of a hoik. And
couple of chances to run out this over.
Yeah, not running particularly well, but at the moment getting away with it.
All right, tight.
D'Souza.
Got to get things moving, I think, from his end.
Yeah, he wants to get back to the other end. Full toss, and he's a little bit late moving to this. And this is the sort where you just sort of one step and bang, and trying to be hitting this over cow corner, but ends up again. Patel gets lucky, nothing from it. So this could be a very good tardy over. Just to run from it, well, it won't be. I've cursed him. That'll be a full toss, and no ball will be called. So plenty of no balls and free hits in this innings. Yeah, too high, and gets that all wrong.
Free hit coming up.
So here we go, D'Souza. He'll be after this. Comes down the track, and up it goes. And it's caught or not, it won't matter. And it was the bowler himself, Patel, that makes the stop. He's disappointed. He hasn't got the message.
I don't think he realised it was a free hit. He did seem annoyed.
Yeah,
as it is, it was going to be a single regardless, right? It's the end of the 7th over. The score 77 for 2, walking sticks as we head into the last 3 overs. So that was a pretty good over, even given that high no ball. Adil Patel only goes for 5 in the over, just the over they needed to steady. Well, here's the updated schedule from next week. We're in Romania, and then we do go to Sweden, where we have 2 tournaments, 2 weeks each, then 2 weeks in Prague as well. And the ones we can reveal now is we'll have 1 week in Vienna in Austria at the start of June, and then we'll be in Budapest, Hungary for another 1 week tournament. So yeah, lots of great locations we'll be visiting over the next couple of months. European Cricket Network. This will be a wide start the 8th.
Yeah, my mouse is frozen. Hey, mousy, mousy, wake up.
Not just your mouse, it's frozen.
There you go. It's
You'll be in Hungary, Austria and Hungary are going to come for the first time, Rico.
yeah. And Romania. Cut chance. Oh. And, well, he's got this one all wrong, hasn't he? And Amadou, we saw him take a very good catch earlier, but this one is to his other side, to his right, and just doesn't get himself in the right position.
He'll be frustrated because there's a similar kind of distance from him to the one he did take. Just didn't get the hands in a great position there, and it does cost him 4.
Yeah, Walid Khan, unfortunate not to have picked up a wicket there. In fact, it goes to the boundary. And this, well, he manages just to keep this one inside. It was very close, very borderline. This is picked up beautifully, and it will go all the way. Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lakia, manos arriba, arbitro, 6 carreras.
Yeah, nice shot by KD. He goes bang, and with that, he moves to 49 on the precipice of a half century. He has been one guy that has gotten moving through these middle overs. Maybe he'll be the one to score the first half century of the FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria here in 2022.
And I think he will. This could go all the way as well. It does. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna Sona, and it's the case of manos arriba, arbitro, and manos arriba for Kevin D'Souza, and he's picked up a well-earned half century. Great shot, great innings.
Yeah, what a way to bring it up as well. Just flicks it away, and that one comfortably goes over the longest boundary on the ground. Now, a lot of people don't realise the power lines go over this ground, and actually, if the ball hits the power lines there, it's a dead ball. So it actually goes from one side of the field to the other, just behind the keeper. Now, it hasn't happened yet. Normally, it will happen a couple of times in a week, right?
Yeah. Well, I remember the
It
first
always
time
bamboozles us when it happens.
Yeah. This is an opportunity, and it should be taken, and it has been taken. So D'Souza, after bringing up his half century, he departs for 55, but it's been a fine knock from him. 55 of 30 deliveries. He's got his team in a very good, strong position.
Yeah, really nice catch down there as well. I mean, it was hanging in the air. And sure, like in these conditions, there are no easy catches, but it was Jacob Gould that takes it, comes in, gets in good position. He's dealing with the power lines there as well. We've seen sometimes people in that part of the ground set for a catch, then we see the ball bouncing like 20 metres away and the ball hits the power lines. But yeah, nice innings by Kevin D'Souza, 55 off 30. 3 Maximos and 6 4s in there, and he departs 94 for 3. And so, well, breakthrough to Walid Khan, who got tapped a couple of times, but he does come back with the big wicket of D'Souza.
Yeah, Daniel Khan, some new batter, comes in. And, well, he could be in trouble straight away, and, well, he is. And the umpire decides to signal to the scorers before he tells the batter, yeah, you're out. And he's got to make his way. Well, it was, if this was straight, he was always going to be in trouble, I think, with the bounce on this pitch. He's always going to go on and hit the stumps. Let's have a look at this again. And he sort of shuffles across, and yeah, I think that's a fair call. I think he's on his way. That's plumb. And you see the umpire letting everybody know. So he goes first ball. And no, that's not the start that he wanted. Well, Danny, bye-bye Danny boy. He has to make his way back. Danny and Ali. So this has ended up being a very productive over. Walid Khan, and now, well, he fires this one down the leg side, and he's not going to be stopped. There it goes. Only the tree's going to stop that one. Thank you very much.
Vortex territory, Rico. Once it goes down there. So, yep, sound the horn. That'll be another boundary.
Yeah, he let himself down there, didn't he? Guts himself into a position where he had the opportunity of taking a hat-trick, but fires it down the leg side of the left-hander. And That's well bowled. Keeps it just inside the line.
Yeah, it's touch and go. And Mullet gets away with this one. Yeah, just inside. Good call.
And the chance taken. No mistakes. And that's another catch. And I think that's Gul again. That's his third catch in the day. 2 in this match. 1 in the first. And well, what a productive over that one was.
Yeah, it's Adil Patel actually. That time I think that grabs it.
Patel,
He was in the right spot, wasn't he, at the right time? They have held a couple. And so, there it is. So the catch is taken. And so, yeah, the wicket's tumbling a bit towards the end of this innings. And good to see the Blacksmiths fighting it out here. They haven't quite batted him out of the game just yet. This one here will be the 5th wicket of the innings, 98 for 5. Here's Ali Rasul coming to the crease at number 7.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be disappointed here, Sophia, if they end up messing this up slightly. They should be still looking and focusing between sort of 110 and 120, I think.
So left-hander replaces left-hander. The ball by Omar Malik, chipping in with a wicket.
Oh, that's well bowled again, and well, it could be out, run out, and he manages just to get there. Wide is also called by the umpire, so they turn that into a very entertaining 2 runs. See that the first throw here from Patel was wild.
There's their first wipeout in a while. It's at Mubarak Ali. He is back out there, and he's going to get the chance to face up now. Omar Malik trying his best. Will we see Walid Khan on a hat-trick last over? It's well bowled by Malik. I mean, they've got a few options. I would imagine Walid Khan, he's on a hat-trick. He did go for 17 in the over. It was D'Souza that was doing the damage, and he did get him out and then take a wicket next ball. So yeah, maybe we'll see Walid in the 10th. If he does come back, he will be on a hat-trick. 100's up now.
That's well played, and I think the bowler would be disappointed, man, that didn't stop this. It was not a bad delivery as well.
Yeah, I mean, even if you do stop it with your foot, it's probably going to hurt. So I'd probably just try and get a hand down on that. 101, last ball the over.
It's played away. They should again be looking for 2. Got to turn and go here. And he does. And they do get the 2 as well.
Yes, this will be the end of the over. 103 for 5 after 9. They were on 120 pace at one stage, but just a couple of decent overs have held things down. The 7th just went for 5 from Adil Patel. The 9th went for 9 in the end. And Adil Patel's another option to come back. Looks to me like it will be Walid Khan. Will get a chance to take his hat-trick here,
yeah.
Rico.
Yeah, no, Walid, remember he could have had 3 in the over anyway. That catch was taken off the first ball, remember that?
Yeah.
So, but he did keep his head, picked up 2, so here we go, opportunity for a hat-trick here.
All right.
And he's got it. Oh, wow, he's knocked the stumps over. Oh, well, if you caught the bat there as well, it probably could have been rewarded with another wicket. How about this? Well, watch out for the flying bat, but we do have a hat-trick. Well, well done to Walid Khan. Gets a hat-trick here at this European Cricket Series in Bulgaria.
Well, you know, they do say you got to throw the bat at the end of the innings. This isn't quite what they mean. It was a hat-trick ball, and well, Mubarak's going to have to go, and the stumps go over. Well done to Walid Khan.
Yeah.
And look at the distance on that bat throw. I think Tyrone Peters, he was watching the bat, not the ball. What a hat-trick. I've never seen a hat-trick quite like that. And it will be a 6th wicket now. Well done, Walid Khan. 103 for 6 now with 5 balls remaining.
बहुत अच्छी बॉल है अपनी वालिद खान ने कितनी अपनी हैट्रिक बना ली, and well, what an entertaining one that was. And yeah, watch out, it's all happening out there at the moment. So we've seen the first 50 in the series, and that was by Omar Rasul, and now we've seen a hat-trick as well. And he ain't finished yet, he's still got 5 balls to go. In he comes. Oh, well, this one, it could be out. It's another wild throw from Dave Patel. And certainly would have been out if it hits. Been given its buys.
Said it before, and we'll say it again. You'll only ever see this kind of thing in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Starting with a hat-trick, then another chance next ball.
Can't iron up more. 1 and 4 for 6. And he has got another one. It's as simple as that. Full straight. Batter has a go and he knocks them over. Chuck the foot their style. And well, it's been very impressive this from Waleed Khan.
Yeah, well, keeping it simple. They had a few options of who could bowl this 10th over. Looks like that move to go to Waleed is paying dividends. And, so much of it is just, can you bowl straight? Can you bowl accurately? And Ali Rasool plays all around that. Well bowled. I mean, his figures are looking pretty good. After getting a bit of tap, he's now got 4 wickets. And if you go look at Waleed Khan, his last 5, he's actually taken 4 wickets in 5 balls. He's gone wicket, 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 1 by, wicket.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. He had none for 17. Now he's got 4 for 17.
Yeah, well, look, he's got a very, very good opportunity here to pick up another as well. Maybe he can get 5 wickets spell here. He's got 3 deliveries left in his spell, 7 wickets down. And if he keeps bowling it full and straight, I think there's every opportunity that he will get others here, because I think all the batters coming in now are just looking for the big shots. And
Chance for a 5 for.
Definitely.
Or even a 6 for, actually. Here we go.
And does well, gets bad onto it, but that was the right ball. It was on the stumps.
Yeah, he's just keeping it real simple. And the batters will be a bit rusty, no doubt. So if bowlers can get straight, they're going to have some success.
This one just drifts a little bit down the leg side, but no harm done. It goes straight to the fielder.
They haven't had a boundary since the wicket started tumbling. So it was off the 4th ball of the 8th over. So we've had the 2 wickets and then a whole over, and now 4 balls this over without any boundaries. Gonna take on the keeper here. It's good backing up. Yeah, so that's pretty good going, isn't it? So it's 13 balls without a boundary now.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the innings, and in fact, that will be it.
That's it.
So I'll sneak through for a bye last ball. So 14 balls without a boundary at the end. And they're going to finish 107 for 7. I talked about Blacksmiths probably didn't want to chase more than 80 or so, but certainly they come back in the second part of that innings means that if 1 or 2 of their guns can get going with the bat, it is chaseable.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's really good work. Good comeback, because I think at the halfway point, 58 was on the board, and you thought, while Rasool was still there hitting the ball really well as well, that maybe the 120 was going to be the sort of score they were going to get as we start to see the highlights. But they came back well, they fought well, and this was a fast shot, wasn't it? And then that was Omar Rasool, who just, after hitting a big 6, just to get this clear. But that brought in Kevin D'Souza, and he is the man who did get going. And he played some really nice shots for the half century, 55. He made of 29 deliveries, and well, this one was an interesting one. The one a clean bowled sort of walked right round it, didn't he, D'Souza? But Ishan, pardon me. But then the boundaries kept coming. There were some nice shots over the top, but this one wasn't too far away from Vinny. You saw there, just protecting his equipment, and that was the opportunity. That one went down there. That was Amadel puts the catch down. But some of these shots from D'Souza were fantastic, and that was the half century, but he didn't last too much longer after that. But this man, well, he was in the hunt for wickets, Waleed Khan, and that was the 2 in 2. It was the end of the over, and we had to wait for him to come back, and when he came back he did this. He knocked him over, and well, Mubarak there, I'm not sure he knew what was happening there. One, you see his stumps getting shattered, and next his bat thought, well, I'm going on a holiday. And the bat went. Lee just kept bowling straight and picking up wickets, so he's certainly going to be one to watch. Seems to know where to put the ball on this pitch. And he's done well for his team. He's managed to get his team back in it. It's probably still a little bit more than what the Blacksmiths would want to have given Sophia. They've managed to contain him. The 120 looked on for sure at one point, especially the way D'Souza was going. He's really the only one to get over double figures. It's quite amazing, really, but that's probably because of those extras. Have a look at that, 25 extras. Quite a few wides there, but it was the no balls, wasn't it? There. And on this occasion, it was a lot of no balls. That's because the ball bounced more than twice before it got to the batter. You see the bowling figures there. And a couple of expensive overs. I mean, no doubt. He did pick up a wicket, went for 20 and 19 from Waleed Khan, but 17 of those came off his first over, but he did pick up the 2 wickets as well. Ended up with 4 and a hat-trick, so well bowled to Waleed Khan. Hat-trick and 4 wickets for him, but also well batted to Kevin D'Souza. 55 entertaining runs of just 30 deliveries, which means it's the second match between these two. The Medical University of Sofia and also the Blacksmiths is evenly poised. Remember, so far in this sort of mini-series, it is the Medical University of Sofia that are one up. They won the first match, which was a 5 over a piece affair. They won that one. So can the Blacksmiths come back strong? Well, if they are to do it, well, they're going to need somebody like Mohamed Fayez to be at his best. But, well, join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo in about 10 minutes' time when we rejoin the proceedings out there in match number 2 at this magnificent Vasil Lavatsky National Sports Academy. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, and we shall be back in about 10 minutes' time. Vamos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back to, well, the FanCode European Cricket Series in Bulgaria. It's a very chilly Bulgaria after temperatures of the high 20s and 30s, I'm told, a few days ago. They dropped dramatically to, well, this morning we woke up to 1 degrees, and after the rain that they had over the weekend, it was followed by the chilly snow. And, well, the good thing is the ground staff have done a marvellous job here. And well done to the Federation of Bulgarian Cricket for getting everything set. And though we had a slightly delayed start, we've managed to get the first 2 games in. And we're hoping to get the full quota in for you here today. 2 more after this one. And this one's evenly poised, as the Blacksmiths need 108 for victory here. And they're up against the bowling of Ali Rasool to start off with. It's the first ball to Khan. It's not a bad start. Gets the ball to sort of nip back at the batter. That's how he picked up his first wicket in the first match. Just targets the ball coming back into that off stump. You see here again, that's up in the air. It's an opportunity, but just drops short of the fielder. And they get 1 run. So, first one's on the board. So we go full here. And alongside me, a man who's doing his warming up exercises, trying to get warm, is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, I see the temperature's gone down. I don't know how that's possible. It's gone from 4 back to 3. So here's Ali Rasool.
It's not a good ball, but a good stop there from the keeper. Omar Rasool, the 2 Rasools doing the job.
See the slight difference there. Keeper getting down, following the line of the ball. Omar Rasool had an awkward second bounce here, but he jumps across quickly. That's a good stop.
Oh, this one could be pretty close. And asking the question, everybody goes up.
It's a really good shout. I don't know if it's coming back enough. Let's have a look at it on the replay. It's a really good shout. Pats his bat, but I think maybe the reason it was given is maybe didn't think it was coming back enough to hit that off stump.
So it's nicely played out. They'll take another single.
Yeah, so mixing up their batting order. They've gone with Salman Khan and Jacob Gould at the top of the order, so not using Fires straight up. Remember, he had that slight finger injury that hampered him in the first innings, so let's see if and where he bats in this chase.
Firmly struck shot, and this will go to the boundary. Nicely played, and timed this beautifully. Lovely shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a pretty good shot off a pretty good bowler. So good signs there. Salman Khan takes this pretty much off the stumps, but he gets it just right. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, that's what they need. That's where they struggled in the first match. Lack of boundaries. And, this one is played more carefully away. It's a single. Yeah,
into the first over. 8 for no loss. They have to just try and stay at that 11 and over or so. 1 or 2 boundaries and over will get them there. As I will just like to say good morning to Phenom, who's watching from the Netherlands. Tisora, hope you're well. It was great to see you out there. And Kampong, unfortunately for him, not quite getting there. Punjab Rotterdam won a very high class tournament there in the Netherlands. So good morning to you. It's great that you're with us as well as everyone else in the chat. All right, here's the second over.
Nice bit of bowling again. That's away swing.
Yeah, Mohammed Sultan's done this all morning. He did it when he had his 1 over in the 5 over game this morning.
Yeah.
And he beat Fires 3 or 4 times outside the off stump with that away swing. See how someone Khan deals with it.
Yeah, this one's just slightly shorter. You're absolutely right, he bowled. Well, what has happened here? Well, tell you what, is that Jeffrey tripping up the fielder? Because does he even get to? Well, he's hobbling about a bit. What is happening
he's up and he's
here?
running around now. But let's have a look here.
Oh, there he goes. He couldn't stop himself. He's slipping and sliding all over the place. I hope he's okay. He seems that he is.
Right.
Mubarak Ali, well, he's the one who was throwing the bat around earlier, and I mean literally throwing the bat around. Now he's throwing himself around. This one's pretty high. It's been called a no ball, and that's a fair enough call. I think, remember, it's a waist or above, and that was. So they take the single.
First things first, Mubarak was like the world's slowest falling tree in the misfield, and this one, yeah, That's above for me. But yeah, the slight change in the wording for the high-no balls. Now it's waist high or above. So free hit coming up.
And there's not a good effort there from the wicket-keeper this time. And there's some more fielders having a few issues with the conditions. It is a bit, you've got to say, can get a bit slippery underfoot in some areas.
A bit of snow coming down at the moment as well.
Oh, don't go there.
Slight.
Don't go there. Snow.
Just slight. We've got more snow in the forecast for tomorrow as well. I'm going to buy extra jackets and put them on. Currently 3 degrees. Anyway, this is good over so far.
Yeah, Sultan has sort of just lost his line a little bit, hasn't he? It was very good in keeping the ball in the right areas in the first match. This one he's sort of swaying it around a little, just struggling to get the ball where he wants it to be. And look, come on, you played a lot of cricket, obviously outside of Europe. Snow. Have you ever been at a cricket ground where it's snowed? Apart from cricket on ice.
Cricket on ice.
No, not cricket on ice.
I've not played in snow.
No, you see a lot of people.
I think they've given it. Well, they're giving this a bye. I actually thought it took some of the bat, and they've crossed the batters back over. So they're going to give it 4 byes in the end. They must have felt that he crossed the line there. That's an interesting one. Because in doubt, probably goes to the fielding side. And also, I thought he hit it. But anyway, 4 byes is a call. That's good for the batting side.
Nicely played shot, and he's got enough on this. Timed it really well as well. Once again, in the offside, the ball motors away, and the fielder was cautious to get the Bulgaria choker.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good shot. And what I've liked about Salman Khan is that he's going in the direction the ball's bowled most of the time. Good to see that Mubarak Ali's up and about, and no lasting damage. So now they're back on course, aren't they?
Very
With
much
the ball
so.
to go.
And against the good bowler as well, Mohamed Sultan. And this time, if that's avoided the bat, he's got to be out. Yeah, that was full, it was straight. The umpire thinks long and hard, and eventually the finger does go up. And yeah, I don't think there's any doubts about this when we watch it again.
I like seeing umpires take their time. Don't be rushed into a decision. He would have been thinking, is that going to go on to hit the stumps or not? I think it did seem like it was going to crash into leg stump. And so Sultan gets the last laugh, doesn't he, in the second over. I did go for a few as well after 2. It's 21 for 1.
Hey, that's a first as well. Umpiring gloves as well. I don't think I've seen that before. I've played a lot of cricket in the UK, and I was asking you the question about snow. I've had plenty of times where I've turned up to play a game of cricket and it's called off because of snow, but I've never seen an umpire umpiring gloves.
No, I think I might have seen it a couple of times, but yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think we saw a bit of hand in pockets from the umpires earlier. And that one, I think that's hitting the stumps. I don't think it's going down the leg side. I know it's kind of going that general direction, but I would have been pretty confident as an umpire that was going on to hit. Remember, just a little bit of the ball, just the outside of the stump. Anyway, here's new over, and it's going to start with a wicket. And well, they might have a look at this.
Yeah, they're just maybe just having a look at this again here, and the umpires have just probably said to the batter, "Hang on a minute, let's have a look. Let's keep an eye on the." No, I think that's okay. I think the batter's come out to this, so I think that's fine. I think they're just having a look at this. I think that's okay. The batter's come to the ball, which makes it look maybe a bit higher than it probably was, and the ball looked like it was going on a downward projection, but we'll see what the officials and the third umpire have to say about it. But I think, yeah, he'll be given his marching orders, and he has been. Tyrone Peter says, okay, you can go now. And he unties him and says, off you go. And that's the end of Gould. So both the openers have departed.
Yeah, so yeah, did seem thigh high. Wasn't quite a waist high or above for mine, so I think it is good call. Good catch as well taken by Sultan. So Rasul, not the best delivery that he'll bowl, but it will result in a wicket. And now both openers back in the shed, 21 for 2. Let's see who we get out here at number 4. So just got to make sure they don't fall in a heap here. If they're going to get there. We have seen MU Sophia lose the plot occasionally in the field, but that's only natural in this form of the game. It is the captain, Mohamed Fayez, coming to the crease now. So comes in the third over. He's got plenty of time to get to work. He's out there with Mohamed Tayoub at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is probably not a bad thing. We saw that he looked just a little bit out of touch, didn't he, when he was opening the innings in the first match. And maybe in that match as well, because it was a 5-over match, they went with him because they thought he was the one that could deliver the big shots in that particular contest. But I think him coming down the order slightly, it's not bad. There's runs on the board as well, 21. So it's a good time for him maybe to come in. But again, you see they're targeting that line sort of going across him outside the off stump, and that's where he struggled. He just needs to
bowled
get
really well to him today. Yeah, they haven't given him too much to hit. But again, if he's there, I'm not going to count them out at all. Just took a while to get going last time. It was an abbreviated match, of course. In match one, only 5 overs aside. Here's Ali Rasool.
He's gone for this one, gets it over the fielder, and it will eventually go over the rope for 4 runs. That's a nice shot to play. He knows that fielder is inside the circle. As of course we are still in the power play, and yeah, just relies on his timing and gets that over the top. Nice shot to play in the power play. 4 runs, so he's up and running, and no change in the field so far, so they're keeping it as it is. The 2 men on the boundary behind the bat. Goes for the wide option again, the bowler, but this time Faiz just getting a bit of bat onto it. No, the Wolves are out.
The Wolves just gone past us there. But, Ali Rasool, just got a couple of balls left. Trying to do some damage. Tayoub finally will get to face the delivery.
Rasool to Tayoub, and well, he goes flat bat across the line. And gets a single. And just wondering whether they were tempted to push the long on back to Faiz. They're not doing it at the moment, leaving it open. Faiz tries to get it through the gap between the 2 fielders there on the onside, and he does. He gets another boundary, 4 more runs. It's a good shot, controls it well as well, keeps the ball along the deck. And once it gets past you on this pitch, as we're starting to see, even in these sort of wet, damp conditions, the ball still races to the boundary, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, hasn't really zinged him through as much as he can do today. Ali Rasool. Have a look at the standings. You can see that these 2 teams taking part this morning. This afternoon we'll see Plovdiv and Pleven, and then the defending champions, Indo-Bulgarian. We'll see them from tomorrow. Very interesting looking squad for them as well this year. We also saw Indo-Bulgarian back in the European Cricket League just a couple of months ago. They were competing in Group B, so it'll be great to see them again. End of the power play now, 31 for 2. So this will be Zirak Chuktai to bowl over number 4. Mistimed pull stroke attempt. Down to fine leg, just the single. So you've got to just keep getting that boundary or 2 and over. With someone like Faiz there, he's very capable, but they can protect the boundaries a little bit more now. They're allowed up to 5 outfielders.
There's Chuktai.
Tayoub's got his role to play as well here. So he needs to at least, at a bare minimum, get Faiz on strike. And, once again, we see him kind of walking past an outswing delivery. Geez, they keep rolling out these bowlers that can bowl these outswingers to Faiz. Yeah,
this was a good delivery. Like the bounce on it as well. Could carry through. This one just a little bit shorter. Tries to guide this and does guide it to that 3rd man area. And we're seeing that already. As I predicted, Vinny, they've got more cover in that area now because they know a lot of runs go that way.
They've stacked it. I mean, I think Faiz, he's just trying to drive these balls that aren't that full. I think maybe he's better off getting on the back foot, trying to punch him away square of the wicket.
It's just not a attractive looking shot, this. Misses it as well. I think he's already shown his deck. That seems to be the shot he's going to play. Tayoub, so a straight ball here, and it could be curtains. And it's not a straight one. In fact, it's a bit of a bottom edge, and the wicketkeeper does very well there, Omar Rasool. First in stopping it, and then he's very alert to have a shot at the stumps as well. But they do come through and take the single.
It's a pretty good run, I think, by by Fires to come through. So the keeper just fumbles it. Whether he'll been out or not so sure. Still haven't given the boundary away this over yet. Only one more ball to go.
As we play, takes a single. That's the important thing as well, isn't it, Vinny? I think it's about just making sure you're getting a run of every ball. You want to eliminate dot balls and trying to pick up the odd boundary as well.
Yeah, just the 5 off that over. So 4 overs down. It's 35 for 2. Very, very warm welcome to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Rico, great to have you back today, of course, after a bit of a layoff. And when I say you've got to start at the bottom, well, this is the kind of bottom temperatures that I think we've ever seen in ECS. We started the day at 2 degrees. Currently, it's about 3.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think the players are handling the conditions pretty well. And it's the same for all sides, I suppose, in the end.
Yeah, I think they've done really well. I mean, it's not the sort of conditions. I mean, I know going back many years, when they've had some cold starts to the season back in England and it's so cold, you just in the field thinking, I don't want the ball to come my way, especially in the air. You know, you don't want to be getting ready to take any catches when the ball's when the weather is that cold, because it's going to hurt and it's going to sting. So they've done really well, and credit to them. But the thing is, and this is one thing we find wherever you go, they want it, don't they? They want to be playing cricket. They want to be out there playing cricket. They waited a long time for this. And this is really sort of the start of the season here in Bulgaria as well. So, yeah, they're up for it.
Yeah, they sure are. Looks like we're ready for action again. And they're absolutely up for it. Very enthusiastic about their cricket here. Out of the over. A bit short and pulled away. Well, this will be a long chase. I think normally the ball wins these. And it will this time as well. So, Fayaz boundaryless in the 4th. But certainly a good start to this over. I just still can't believe how fast this outfit is. That's probably the longest boundary on the ground. Still goes.
Yeah, good shot. Fayaz is starting to find his range. It's the 3rd boundary for him now.
A quick hello as well to Nico Fernando. Probably see him in Italy a bit later in the year.
Oh, this is a Ganda shot. Shot Maria Ganda, Bapas, Gea Banda. This was an awful shot, really. He's played this so early and shown his hand so early that all the bowler had to do here is get this straight, and he does.
I want to see point of impact, though. I mean, he gets so far across, it either hits him just on off stump or maybe outside, and that's the umpire's thing to think about here. Probably hits him in line. I think it's out. I think it's a good decision. Hasn't gotten many wrong, Tyrone Peters. And I think he gets that one spot on. So Fires, he looked promising, did strike 3 boundaries once again, but he has to go for 15. And so the score now 39 for 2. That's a big blow for the Blacksmiths.
Yeah, definitely is, and that's one man, as we know, if he was still there, could get them home. But he'd be disappointed to be getting out in that fashion. He didn't have to play that shot. I mean, he's got to be looking to play straight as well. He's trying to eye up the onside, and so, he goes.
Yeah, Albin Jacob getting some pretty quick success.
Just waiting for the new batter now, taking guard. It's Omir Malik. He's hoping to put a partnership together with Tayoub, who's struggled a little bit, but he's still there.
So almost set. And Mandrake in the chat, well, he's noticed. It must be cold because even Rico's put a jacket on.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're giving me heaps. And I'm keeping it real here.
Yeah, but I put my jacket on because the temperatures are going down. You had your jacket and your beanie and your hood on when the temperatures were going up. Well bowled again. No loose deliveries. Bowling both a cheer. Wicked bowling. Two men straight now here. Long on and long off. Back on the boundary. So the batter still sorting himself out there. Omir Malik. Tayoub. And oh, well, this is a great catch. How about this for reactions? Omar Rasool Well, he makes it look so casual, but this is a stunning catch. Take nothing away from it. Well, he's enjoying it now. Obviously, somebody said something to give him something to laugh about, but have a look at this. Talk about quick reactions. Tayoub, he's given this a big old swing, and, well, most people's money would have been the ball ending up going towards the boundary, but not when I'm behind the stump, says Omar Rasul. This is a lightning quick catch. The reflexes here, sensational. Vinny, you would have been proud of this one.
Well, I'd be laughing too. How it's gone. I don't even think he's looking at it, if I'm honest. Have a look here. He just throws the glove up and hopes for the best. And of course he's amused because he's got plenty to smile about. What a great catch that is. Proper snare. Blacksmiths, got to worry about them falling off the cliff now. 41 for 4.
Yeah, that's a sensational bit of work from Rasul. And that's Omar Rasul. And it's going to be an uphill struggle now from here for the Blacksmiths. And it's Jacob Albin making it look easy from the other end as well. He's bowled really well. And again, like you said, Vinny, I think, and you've got to say this about both teams, they've taken the conditions into account. And the bowlers aren't trying to do anything crazy. They're not charging in. They're just concentrating on getting the ball wicket to wicket. This one isn't a good one. From the moment it left his hand, you can see it was going to go down the leg side, just losing his shape a little bit. Perhaps tried to fire that one in a little bit quicker. Doesn't need to. Jacob Albin, 2 for 6 so far. And this one struck firmly towards mid-off. Be fielded, just take the single. So where these runs going to come from, Vinny?
Yeah, well, maybe Armadale is a bit of a wild card. We saw him opening up earlier. It's his first run of the series. He'll retain the strike, so 43 for 4 after 5 overs. So obviously fancy him with the bat. Aswad Khan as well is a man we saw batting at 3. So obviously just giving a few different opportunities, different players, Blacksmiths, and you can understand that, given it's their first day in East End cricket. But I suppose it's that you feel they've given away a few too many. I mean, just looking at the extras in that first innings as well, there were 25 extras all up. Okay, 5 leg byes, but that's still kind of 20 avoidables.
Yeah, and most of those, I think, were from no balls, Vinny. So,
yeah.
Of course, you had the extra, you had the free hit as
Free
well.
hit, yeah.
You know.
Here's Sandeep Nair. He's coming to the side.
Sliced away towards point. We'll get a single.
Yeah, so you need 13 and over now. You pretty much are sure you need 2 boundaries and over. Ideally, 1 or both to be 6s.
This one doesn't really come up much, but again, it's trying to, I think seems to be too much emphasis and too much focus in hitting the ball towards the onside, the leg side. You need to play more shots out there on the offside. This one's not a good delivery, it will be called a wide. Yeah, I mean, interesting because we've seen already that is lightning quick. If you do get the ball hit on the offside, you get it past the fielders 4 runs. See, standing way down leg side and still will be aiming to hit the ball down the leg side. This is going to be a wide down the other end now.
Yeah, so Sandeep coming in for his first bowl of the tournament, just losing the radar a couple of times. Bit of an overcorrection there.
It's hit firmly and just gets it over the man who's had, well, an interesting day here today as Mubarak, and he's had everything. Slipped over, thrown the bat at people, and this one just gone over his fingers.
He tried to time the jump right. I think maybe he's a little bit late taking off. So it just gets over him, and then it doesn't really roll over the outfield, just kind of plugs on the first bounce. So they do get a couple.
And this one will race away, and that's what I'm talking about. There's merit in playing your shots out on the offside. You get it past the fielder, it goes like lightning, and despite the efforts here, and a good effort as well from the fielder, you're not going to stop that. That's 4 more runs.
Yeah, it was a really good effort from Delrick Varghese. But, yeah, another boundary. So, I mean, not that far out of the match. If these two can build a partnership. Nice shot by Malik.
And this one doesn't miss by much. Once again, trying to get the hit in, going the mid-wicket area, misses out on it. Good comeback from the bowler.
Well, I want to say a quick hello to Zaid Aziz. He's saying it's great to have you back, Rico. He's enjoying listening to your commentary. Well, that's wonderful of you to say, Zaid. We're all happy to have Rico back, of course, after a bit of a break. Right now, Blacksmiths, they are 6 overs into this chase. Scores 52 for 4. See that Alban Jacobs has been pretty good so far. 2 for 8 of his over. Also wickets to Mohamed Sultan and Ali Rasul, who's bowled out. They have plenty of options left for these last 4 overs. Pretty much they've got 4 bowlers available that have been able to bowl single-figure overs, but looks like they are going to go to Daniel Ali in the 7th, so see what he can do.
Oh, good little fiery start. Come out of the hand pretty quick. It's not much of a run-up, but certainly did fire it in.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the bowlers just adjusting their run today to slippery conditions.
And, well, adios, Bolota, that's 4 runs. And it wasn't a bad delivery. Once again, I think it was pretty quick on to the batter. But that's all it needs, a bit of bat, and it races away.
I think that's the latest pull shot I've ever seen. Because I think it's an attempted pull, but it's not really a leading edge. It's actually the middle. It just hits it so late. That's vortex bound. Minimum 2 boundaries and over. There's 1. Just swung and missed it too many balls though, haven't they?
Yeah, they
Blacksmiths.
have. Yeah, I mean, Ahmed Al Hayes decided he's going to come down the wicket to Danny Boy. But of course, that's just going to mean it's going to come on to you even quicker. It's better off going back, up in the air, chance. And, well, he throws himself at it acrobatically. And the impact, as soon as it hit his hands, takes the ball out of it. Good effort, I suppose. But,
yeah,
well, Bagasi would be disappointed.
At least he gets off his feet and he does have to come forward at the last moment. More action for him here. This time fumbles, but they don't run the first one that hard. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, so these two certainly putting the fight in here, Malik and Ahmadel. You just feel that you get a magical over in somewhere, and they really are back in this. What we call the wide, that will help.
Yeah, just grabs a bit of the line there. That's how they umpire. It's pretty consistent in the series.
It's just, I think sometimes, I mean, you're looking at this over particularly, I mean, it started well, didn't it? They got the boundary, and you thought you just needed to maybe apply a bit of smart cricket. You don't need to be swinging the bat wildly at it. And one thing that will cost you a match is dot balls. So even if you get batting on the ball and take the singles, is better than that. I think there's probably 3 or 4 wild swings in over that wasn't needed. Bat on ball, take the single, rotate the strike. So we have a look what we've got coming up
59
next.
for 4 after 7. Coming up this afternoon, we've got MU Plovdiv and MU Pleven. So we've got the Pleven 11 back, and they're captained by Akshay Harikumar. One bowler to watch there, Apurv Mishra.
Yeah.
He's a real fiery customer. He's troubled quite a few of the better batters. And so the Plovdiv team, they won the toss and elected to bat first. Key player for them, Saim Hussain. Here's the first ball of the 8th. See, almost loops back to the bowl. And watch this slide back. Game's running too fast for us now. They're going to run on the hit here. They'll get away with it because of the fielder. Because fielder fumbling slightly. Speaking of fumbles, watch out.
Have a look at the keeper here. The keeper says, "How's that?"
Yeah,
He says,
I actually think this would be a good rule because I think that should be hit wicket.
he said, no,
You can only be hit wicket for playing your shot and when you're immediately setting off for your first run, not completing it. See, I thought, why shouldn't you be hit wicket any of the time? Because you could just knock down the stumps every time and make it hard for them. Anyway, we're all good.
They're all good. Well, the stumps are not good. They're being put together here now. And Derek Vinu, the bowler. Amadel wants more boundaries. And we won't get a boundary. We won't get anything here. This was probably just touching the wide line. And then he tries to get himself in the position earlier, and all he ends up doing is missing out on it. Needs to stay still, need to keep his head still.
Short runs though, getting through these overs pretty quick.
This one's came out the wrist all wrong.
Except for this. Liam Day saying no Kieran Dasan. Well, I know he was in the squad, but he's not in the 11, and not sure how much we'll see of Kieran this week for Plovdiv. Keeping up to date with that.
Got him, knocked him over, chucked the foot to style. That's good bowling. You can see that the batter, Amadel, wants to charge him, wants to try and force the issue. But the right reply there is just get the ball right up there. And that's one thing that Derek Vinu does very well indeed. Good ball, another wicket. And, well, they're starting to just lose their way here. Blacksmiths, every time they seem to think they're coming back into the game, then this happens.
We've kind of seen flashes of competitiveness from the Blacksmiths this morning, haven't we? But probably just not on a consistent basis. And so I think what we're seeing is MU Sofia, a bit more experience. Just the bright lights, the cameras, the format. And yeah, just slightly having the edge this morning. Here's Dave Patel, the keeper, coming out at number 7. He'll have to deal with one ball from Varghese.
And it'll be a dot. So that's a good finish, a good over from Vinu. Picks up the wicket as well, and only concedes 2 runs, so he's doing the job that his captain, Ishan De Silva, wants from him. And at this point, the Medical University of Sofia look like they're going to make it 2 from 2 in the first 2 matches of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Bulgaria. Always great to be back in Bulgaria, the 3rd time that we're here, and the 3rd time at this this beautiful ground, this lovely setup.
Yeah, starting you over now, and now going back to Daniel Ali. They've got quite a few options here, MU Sofia with the ball.
Daniel Ali, he got a bit of pace and whip about him, and plenty of bat on this. Going to be a bit of a chase for the fielder, and the batters, they will get 2. And well, I think something like that one, when you see the amount of work the fielder's got to do there, you've got to really want to quit. You've got to try and be looking for the 3. And well, this one almost goes back onto the stumps. Malik, lucky to survive. Ooh, that's not far away at all.
Yeah, pretty close. Played some nice shots though. Probably just struggling to deal with some of these kind of more pitched up deliveries. Seems to like he wants to go down the ground a slightly to the leg. I think he looked a lot better when he went back and punched through the offside. But get some bat on it. It's not easy to drive unless it is quite full on this pitch.
Up in the air, well, it's gone a long way up. Good luck with this one. And well, no luck needed. As Derek Vinu says, thank you very much. Had this all the way. That's good technique. Kept his eye on it and takes the catch close to his body. Another wicket. And that's a wicket that's well deserved also from Daniel Ali. I think he's bowled very well. And sends another one back.
Yeah, and so you just saw the body weight just moving a little bit to leg, but the shot went off. That's a really good catch. And Delrick had to go back outside the circle. Took it pretty well, and so that makes it 63 for 6. And I remember thinking, something around the 80 mark probably was my limit of what I saw the Blacksmiths chasing. As it is now, they're 63 for 6, and maybe they could have got to the 80 if that's how many they were chasing, and we're not having to take a lot of risks now that they're so far behind the rate. We'll see Aswad Khan coming out in the number 8 position. Last ball of the over.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Aswad coming in. so low down. I'm just wondering if this is just an opportunity for the Blacksmith to try out some of the other batters that they have. That's why we know that he can bat well, but I think he's one that you either open with him or you struggle to find a place for him. He's got to be in the top 3 because he does like to. He spends a bit of time getting himself in.
He's got a pretty good technique, doesn't he?
He's got good technique, and he can play shots well, and he plays the ball on merit as well. So something that they need to think about, just their order of where they want people, especially particular specialised batters coming into the game.
Sultan back for the last. And so, a question from Mandrake. Vinny and Rico, who do we support in the IPL and CPL if we do have a team? See, this one's down for 1. I've got to admit, I'm a bit of a neutral. I think ever since I've been doing this as well, which is quite a while now, I find myself, I kind of follow some of the players I've played with and against, and kind of people I know personally. So I find it hard to kind of really cheer for one particular team. So, especially the players seem to move between teams so often. So I'm even like that in the Australian competition, growing up in Perth. But a lot of the guys I played with there, they play for Melbourne and Sydney and all sorts of teams. So I don't know if you have any particular preferences. Big prize.
Yeah, but how many of them?
Oh, that's if you want to see the vortex, if you want to see the scientific evidence of the vortex, how does this go for 4? Because it's coming off at almost no speed at all, and it still runs away for 4-leg bias. Look at this. No one's got a prayer.
It's just amazing. No, I mean, going back to that question, I do watch as much as I can. It normally ends up being bits through YouTube and highlights, to be fair, but I can't because I don't follow it enough. I don't think I do really have.
It is tough to watch too many full games, obviously, with the amount of time we're spending here bringing you the broadcast. An unprecedented amount of cricket on ECN. Hopefully 1,000 games plus. That last game today will be 100th game of VCS this year.
More extras, I think.
Well, they're going to take it on. Umpire not signalling initially, but now he will signal a wide. Yes, I mean, all up, we're well over the 200 match mark on ECN already this year. Of course, not out of April yet. Here's the last ball of match 2. I think they will scramble through for 1. So in the end, Blacksmiths are competitive, but not quite good enough to chase down this target of 108. The final score in match 2 will be MU Sofia 107. The Blacksmiths 73, so the margin will be 34 runs, and probably fair indication between the two teams. Still, Blacksmiths, I think they'll be a lot better for the run, and I think MU Sofia, they'll have their sights set on going all the way. They certainly did nothing wrong this morning. A few cobwebs all round, I think, Rico, but still a very entertaining start to the ECS Bulgaria.
Yeah, it was entertaining. I mean, the one thing the team making the debut will learn from this, and will then understand the importance of not giving too many extras away. Those 25 extras, if you take them out of the equation, it certainly would have been a much closer match. So that's something for them to work on. And I think also they just need to have a look at some of the players that they've got in their mix, and just get a stabilised batting order. 1 or 2 players there, probably for me coming in a little bit too lower down the order, but there's plenty of time, plenty of matches still to play in this series. It's just day 1, and this is one I'm certainly looking forward to. A team that finished 3rd last time against a team that finished 5th, and I think it's going to be an interesting game. Some names there I'm certainly looking forward to seeing, but one particularly is Saeem Hussain. Yeah,
he won the toss and was pretty quick to say he wanted to have the bat, so we won't have to wait too long. I told you the Apurv Mishra versus Saeem Hussain battle should be a good one. Let's have a look at the highlights though from the second half of match 2, and the Blacksmiths, they needed 108 for victory. And, well, let's just say that's a piece of fielding, and I've never quite seen anything like that. Mubrak Ali, he was a bit of a timber style, and this one, I think, was heading for the timber. Umpire taking a long time to make his decision, but I think it was spot on. And then this one, I think, was just below the accepted heights, and so that one was out as well. As far as Mohammed Fayez, he was there, and he struck 3 boundaries on the way, but then he was LBW, and you did feel once Fayez went, it was a long way back in the chase. How about that for a snare as well? The keeper just grabs it like it's nothing. He wasn't even looking. The no-look catch from Omar Rasul. And although we saw some nice batting and some nice shots, I've got to admit, that I particularly liked some of the batting towards the end. Omar Malik just got the one boundary, but it was a pretty good looking shot. That wasn't quite according to plan as he slipped into the stumps. The stumps went down to the other end. Ultimately, Blacksmith not quite good enough to chase down a 3-figure target.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, when you look at the scorecard, though, one thing that we will say, they got 3 players that did get in and pass double figures. And we know that that's the Medical University of Sofia. It was only the one batter, and that was D'Souza that got past double figures, but it's going on to make it count. That was what they weren't able to do. They got a bit of luck. They got those 4-leg bars there as well. But that's one thing they've got to think on. It's all about building, and we've seen it so many times before on these FanCode European Cricket Series. So when you get new teams in, they just need to adapt their style a little bit, learn the format a bit, and they'll come back better and stronger. And that's exactly what I'm saying there. You see 3 batters that did get into double figures, but one of them needed to get going. One of them needed to get to 30 or 40, and if they did that, they would have won the game.
Yeah, exactly. So Fayaz top scores with 15, a pair of 11s for Salman Khan, who looked okay at the top of the order actually. Also Omar Malik with 11, but less than run ball pace. You see some of those top order batters not really going at the pace required, which puts you under additional pressure when you are chasing 100 plus. Plenty of bowling options used, 7 bowlers in total. Jacob was the best of the bowlers figures-wise with 2 for 8 off his over. There are also wickets to Ali Rasul, Mohammad Sultan, as well as Daniel Ali and Delrick Vinu. He bowled a pretty good over that only went for 2. So I think plenty of good performance for MU Sofia, and Blacksmiths, a promising start to them in this series, or they don't take any points away from day one. I'm sure they'll still have 6 more matches to try and make an impression. Remember, the bottom team out of the 5 will be eliminated from the tournament at the end of Friday, match 20. And they'll be hoping that they are not in the danger zone. We'll take a quick break, but we will be back in about 15 minutes to take you into the afternoon session. It will be MU Plovdiv against the Pleven 11. And Upward Mishra against Saim Hussain. I reckon that will be a really good battle first up. So don't be late. We'll see you shortly. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great opening day wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to have your company on ECN. We'll be back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Match 1, and it's a clash between the Blacksmiths, brand new side to the competition. They're taking on MU Sofia. Let's go over to the tournament referee. Stefan Gooch is with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Heads the call. It's tails.
And the openers out there, Omar Rasul and Ishan De Silva. It will be the opening batters. Loving the colours out there, liking the pink.
Let's get going in Bulgaria. Here's Fayaz. First one, pretty straight, but I think just angling down the leg side. Now, last time we were here, this outfield was so fast. Well, they're going to go for 2 here. They're going to get away with it. So 2-leg bias to get going. This one's driven, and it's going to get away for 4. Fayaz not the worst over this. Still test the outfield. It's rolling away, and well, this will be an interesting one. I think it's 4. Yeah, it's been signalled now. He's bowling over number 2, and this is hit pretty hard. Well, that one is going to crash into the roller door. It's 4 runs. As this one is up and over the top, and this will be 4 more. The ball's being bowled, and they're not afraid to go over the offside. That's another boundary to MU Sofia.
Yeah, these are good shots because, as you said, and as we keep reminding our viewers.
Well, that is a better ball, but it's going to go a long way. It's gone. Maximo. That's the first 6 of the ECS Bulgaria, and it's a big one. It almost knocked down the tree. That one was a lumberjack.
Yeah, this is a great shot.
This one sits up and gets hit into the gap. Well, that's one of the longer boundaries on the ground, Rico. Pretty important. This one's up and away. Could be a catching opportunity. Oh, that's a really good catch by Ahmadel. I mean, I know it looks easy, but it's currently 3 degrees, and I wouldn't fancy that at all. But he just takes a couple of steps to his left. He must be a very, very good fielder. Agagil Ahmadel deserves all the credit for that. Slices this one away. Well, this is into the vortex. And once it goes down there, well, rain, hail, snow or shine, it's probably going to go to the boundary, and it does. 4 more.
Yeah, and this is clever cricket. Just opens the face of the bat.
And he's gone. So Ahmadel comes up with another wicket. And created the first one with the catch. This time he goes straight through Rasul. He gets one nice and straight. Rasul tries to play across it. He has to go, but not before. A pretty useful 21 from the keeper bat as he departs at 52 for 2.
Yeah, good bowling. He knows that the batter wants to take him on. Rasul looking to go over the top.
Mubarak's gonna walk at this. Probably try and come back for 2. Oh, he's going to be run out here, I think. No, he won't, but it won't cost him anyway, the fielding side. I think he's pretty happy at that striker's end with the opportunity to advance the score. And here's the last ball. It's up, it's in the air, and the fielder has a bit of a task stopping this. It does slow down a little bit. They go for 2, and I think that's all they'll get. So they're going to finish 59 for 2 off their 5 overs.
Posted 59, so 60 required for the team making their debut. The Blacksmiths, and one man though who's not making his debut, that's what I say. As the first ball is down the leg side and called wide. So we welcome back a man who's, well, I think you're wearing one of the team shirts, aren't you, for Medical University Sofia? You're in the pink.
Yeah, well, pretty in pink. The pink shirts are after this one, but it will be a boundary. It's in the chat. And unfortunately, it's going to be game over for Ahmadel. It's strike 3 for him. He's not able to get bat on ball. Rasul gets his first wicket of the series. He's so dangerous when he gets it on target. And Blacksmiths lose their first wicket at 6 for 1.
Yeah, that's not good, Ahmadel. Well, it was a good start when he was in the field.
This one, not a bad delivery outside the off stump. This beats Fires. Yeah, get something on this. This will go into the vortex for 4. Oh, take him how you can get him at this stage. That is a boundary to Mohammed Fires. Maybe he can get going. They will have to get on a big run to get close to this, but he's certainly one player that is capable of doing that. Another one for the Belgrade side, as this one is stroked away. Well, this is a better looking shot from Fires. He struggled with this kind of delivery so far, but he just stands tall. And this is the kind of ground, isn't it, that you can score quickly.
Vinny, I thought I was the old one out of the two. When's the last time you've seen he could be out here first. Oh, what's happened here?
Hasn't made the distance.
Oh, dear.
I don't know if we've got time for this. Hopefully we do.
Have a look at this.
Yeah, it gets down. Here's the last ball as it's angled in towards the legs. And it's turned around the corner. So this will be it. And so there's all sorts of things happening at the moment. There's indoor women's cricket in Varna, which is also going on. And so it's good to see that cricket is on the rise. But right here, it's the Blacksmiths. Unfortunately, they're unable to pull off the win in their first ECN match. It's academic MU Sofia who win match 1 fairly comfortably in the end.
Starting with the ball is going to be the experienced Mr. Evergreen there. They do say old is gold. Well, Mohammed Fire he bowled pretty well. What can he do here at the start of the second match? And starts well, right on the money straight away.
ECN debut today.
And goes big, and it could go all the way. It does. Bowl, Kinna Sona Shakalagia.
Yeah, nice shot.
Oh, he goes outside the office opportunity, and he's taken another fine catch. So it's 6 and out, and that's a really good catch there from Jakub Gol. Does really well, keeps his eye on it. And again, another one that's taken away from the body. Makes it a little easy, but that was not easy, Vinny.
Here he is again First one to the new batter, worked away for a single. I think it's a single. Right. I don't know if that's a fake fumble.
Always pays to be backing up, and credit to the fielder there. Is that a bit of a way swing again for Armadale, but met well, firmly struck. Shouldn't get a boundary, but he does. Well,
he looks more ready this time.
This one, well, this doesn't get up at all. Well, sometimes life is hard.
Good fielding.
This one doesn't get off the deck.
Just sneaks through the legs. Leaves a little mouse hole open. That's good fielding though. Already it was interpreted, I think.
And got him. And he's sort of made room to play. He's sort of gone down the leg side, and I think he's taken himself away from it. He's missed it.
This one just flicks the very top of the stumps and then crashes into the keeper's foot. Last ball of his spell.
Just over pitches. It ends up being a full toss, and that's well picked up. He sort of whips this away. Drops the bat onto it. I think he will get 4 here because it goes so quickly. And it gets hold of this pretty well, and the fielder doesn't. It doesn't matter. It would not have been out. It was a free hit.
I don't know if Piaz realizes either. And now they're going to go for 2. And this would have been out. And it's backed up. Well, this is some proper ECS action. Let's have a look here. Maybe off the end of the fingers. That's maybe one that I'm backing off and just trying to read on the bounce.
This is well hit, and shouts a shot from around the ground. It was a good shot. It's 4 more. And this is coming your way, Vinny. Get ready, take it. Come on, you got it. Oh, Vinny, that was yours, buddy. This is clever shot from D'Souza, and the fielder can't stop it. Yeah. And Romania. Can't chance. Oh. And, well, he's got this one all wrong, hasn't he? This is picked up beautifully, and it will go all the way. Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagia, manos arriba, arbitros. And I think he will. This could go all the way as well. It does. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna, Sona, and it's the case of manos arriba, arbitro. This is an opportunity, and it should be taken, and it has been taken. So D'Souza, after bringing up his half-century, he departs for 55. And, well, he could be in trouble straight away. And, well, he is. And the umpire decides to signal to the scorers before he tells the batter, yeah, you're out. And he's got to make his way, well. And the chance taken. No mistakes. And that's another catch. And I think that's Gul again. That's his 3rd catch in the day. 2 in this match. 1 of the first, and well, what a productive over that one was. Oh, that's well bowled again, and well, it could be out, run out, and he manages just to get there. Wide is also called by the umpire. The first throw here from Patel was wild.
There's their first wipeout in a while.
And he's got it. Oh, well, he's knocked the stumps over. Oh, well, if you caught the bat there as well, it probably could have been rewarded with another wicket. How about this? Well, watch out for the flying bat, but we do have a hat-trick. Well done to Waleed Khan. Gets a hat-trick here. And he has got another one. It's as simple as that. Full straight. Batter has a go, and he knocks them over. Chuck the foot this style. And, well, it's been very impressive, this from Waleed Khan.
What was this over? Without any boundaries. Take on the keeper here. It's good backing up. Yeah, so that's pretty good going, isn't it? So it's 13 balls without a boundary now. Towards the end of the innings, and in fact, that will be it.
That's it.
So I'll sneak through for a bye last ball. So 14 balls without a boundary at the end. And they're going to finish 107 for 7.
As the Blacksmiths need 108 for victory here. They're up against the bowling of Ali Rasool to start off with. That's not a bad start. Firmly struck shot, and this will go to the boundary. Nicely played. Nicely played shot, and he's got enough on this. Timed it really well as well. Once again, in the offside. And this time, if that's avoided the bat, he's got to be out. Yeah, that was full. It was straight. The umpire thinks long and hard, and eventually the finger does go up.
Here's new over, and it's going to start with a wicket. And, well, they might have a look at this.
Yeah, they're just maybe just having a look at this again here. And the umpires have just probably said to the batter, hang on a minute. Let's have a look. Let's keep an eye on the... he's gone for this one, gets it over the fielder, and it will eventually go over the rope for 4 runs. Fires tries to get it through the gap between the 2 fielders there on the onside, and he does. He gets another boundary, 4 more runs. This one just a little bit shorter. Tries to guide this and does guide it to that 3rd man area, and we've seen that already, as I predicted, Vinny.
The over, a bit short and pulled away. Well, this will be a long chase. I think normally the ball wins these, and it will this time as well.
Oh, this is a ganda shot. Shot Maria Ganda, Bapas Gea Banda. This was an awful shot, really. He's played this so early and shown his hand so early that all the bowler had to do here is get this straight, and he does. And oh, well, this is a great catch. How about this for reactions? Omar Rasul, well, he makes it look so casual, but this is a stunning catch. Take nothing away from it. Well, he's enjoying it now. Obviously, somebody said something to give him something to laugh about, but have a look at this. Talk about quick reactions. Tayoub, he's given this a big old swing. And this one will race away, and that's what I'm talking about. There's merit in playing your shots out on the offside. And, well, adios, Bolota. That's 4 runs. Got him. Knocked him over, chucked the foot style. That's good bowling. And you can see that the batter, Amadou, wants to charge him, wants to try and force the issue. But the right reply there is just get the ball right up there. And that's one thing that Derek Vinu does very well indeed. Good ball, another wicket. Up in the air, well, it's gone a long way up. Good luck with this one. And, well, no luck needed. As Derek Vinu says, thank you very much. Had this all the way. That's good technique. Kept his eye on it and takes the catch close to his body. Another wicket.
Not out of April yet. Here's the last ball of match 2. I think they will scramble through for 1. So in the end, Blacksmiths are competitive but not quite good enough to chase down this target of 108. The final score in match 2 will be MU Sofia 107, the Blacksmiths 73.